has announced that President Trump will visit from 31st March to 2nd April. There is no announcement as yet from Beijing. And next week, officials are supposed to meet, I believe, in Geneva to work out, the trade details and all that. So let me put it this way. In international relations, at times one should connect dots. Now, it is my view, of course, I could be entirely wrong. It is my view that if the war on Iran continues, and if hundreds or thousands of Iranians have been killed by then, I hope not, by 31st March, then China perhaps will postpone the visit. And therefore, since Trump is very keen on having that visit, I take it that, as I said earlier, Trump will declare victory and put an end to the war.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador KP Fabian, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. It's been a pleasure to have you on. Now to our next story. Nepal is heading to a general election on Thursday, March the 5th, the first since youth-led protests last September demanded an end to corruption, more jobs and cleaner politics. The protests led to 77 deaths and forced the government to resign. With 32 government changes since 1990, Nepal has struggled with political instability, and the elections will decide a new 275-member legislature. While young voters make up a significant portion of the electorate, there is concern that youth alone cannot bring about the necessary change. Balendra Shah, a former rap artist and mayor, emerges as a key candidate challenging the old political guard. And now to some tech news. According to reports, the National Transportation Safety Board is investigating new incidents involving Waymo self-driving vehicles after illegally stopped school buses in Texas. Reports suggest in January a Waymo vehicle was found to have passed a school bus with its lights activated, violating state law. This follows a December recall by Waymo after Texas officials reported 19 similar incidents since the start of the school year. Waymo has reportedly stated that a software issue had initially caused the problem, but was later updated. Safety recommendations are expected from the NTSB to prevent future occurrences. And that's all that we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. You are watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest tech breakthroughs and trends from around the globe. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a tech buzzword. It's reshaping the world around us every single day. From the way we shop online to how hospitals diagnose diseases, AI and machine learning are quietly running behind the scenes. Most of us interact with it without even realizing. Recommendation systems, voice assistants, fraud detection, and smart traffic management are just a few examples. Across industries like healthcare, finance, and logistics, AI is helping companies make faster, smarter decisions and boost efficiency. In classrooms, it's changing how students learn and how teachers teach, while businesses face both the challenge and opportunity of job transformation. AI could redefine daily life in ways we haven't fully imagined yet. Today, we take a closer look at where AI is making the biggest impact. To discuss all this and more, joining us now is Mehdi Samayegans. He is a lecturer at Taylor's University, the School of Computer Science. He holds a PhD in artificial intelligence. Thank you very much for joining us, Mehdi. It's a pleasure to have you here on the program. Let's get straight into this conversation. Artificial intelligence is everywhere in headlines, but in practical terms, where are we seeing AI and machine learning making the biggest real-world impact today?
First of all, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to talk about artificial intelligence. It's a topic that is shaping our world faster than ever before. So regarding to your question, artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives, even if people don't always notice it. Today, the biggest real-world impact of AI is happening actually in three main areas, like healthcare, finance, and intelligence system behind the digital platforms. For example, in healthcare, AI help doctors detect disease earlier and more accuracy. For example, AI can analyze the medical images like X-ray or a heart scan and identify patterns that are difficult for the human eye to see. In finance, also AI used for fraud detection and also, for example, risk analysis. Every time you make a digital payment, machine learning systems are working in the background to check if the transaction looks suspicious. So this increases the security and also protects millions of users. And also in everyday digital platform like recommendation systems, Netflix, for example, AI decide what video you see, what product are suggested to you, and even which news appears in your feed. So these systems learn from users' behavior actually and continuously improve. So the real impact of AI is not just in headline, it's already quietly improving decision making, efficiency and accuracy across industry. So we are not talking about the future, we are talking about the present.
Many people interact with AI daily without realizing it in 2026. From recommendation systems to voice assistants, which everyday AI applications do you think people most underestimate?
I believe the most underestimated AI applications are the ones people use every single day without thinking about them. First is the recommendation systems. When you, for example, open Netflix, YouTube, or even online shopping application, the content you see is not random. AI studies your behavior, what you click, what you watch, and how long you stay, and then predicts what you might like next. Many people think it's just a simple filter, but in the reality, it is the advanced machine learning working in real time. And navigation applications like, for example, Google Map, people think it just shows directions, but AI is constantly analyzing live traffic data and also driver behavior and road conditions to calculate the faster route. So that requires continuous prediction and optimization. The goal of machine learning is the prediction and optimization. For example, spam filters in email, most people never think about them, but AI is silently protecting us every day by detecting suspicious pattern and blocking harmful message before we even see them. And finally, for example, voice assistance. When you speak to your phone, AI converts speech to text and understands your intention and generates a meaningful response within a second. So that process is very complex, but it feels simple to the user. And the most powerful AI systems are often invisible. When technology works so smoothly that people don't notice it, that is when it is truly successful.
Across sectors like healthcare, finance, and logistics, how is machine learning transforming decision making and efficiency on the ground, not just in theory?
Yeah, that's a very great questions because many people still think of AI so as a something theoretical or but in reality, machine learning is already transforming the decision making in real world industries. For example, let's talk healthcare as an example. Hospitals now use AI to predict patients' risk like the chance of heart attack or infection. So these systems learn from thousands of past cases and give doctors real-time support in making better and faster decisions. So it's not just theory, it's saving lives today. In finance, also machine learning helps banks detect fraud in a second. And it also supports smarter investment decision by analyzing massive amounts of market data much faster than any human team could do. And in logistic and supply chain, AI also predicts demand and tracks delivery times and even plans roads for delivery trucks to avoid traffic and reduce fuel costs. So this led to faster deliveries and lower costs, especially for global companies. What is exciting is that these AI systems are not replacing people. They are helping humans make better decisions based on more data and also better prediction. That's where the true power of AI lies, not in replacing us, but in supporting us. But to be honest, AI will take some of the jobs, but the goal is helping human make better decisions.
As a lecturer in computer science, how are you seeing AI tools reshape the classroom, both in how students learn and how educators teach?
Yeah, as a lecturer in computer science, I can clearly see that AI is reshaping the classroom in two major ways: how students learn and how educators teach. First, from the student side, AI tools give students instant feedback. If they are learning programming, for example, AI can help them debug the code and explain errors and suggest improvement in real time. So this makes learning more interactive and personalized. Students no longer have to wait days for feedback. They can learn faster and correct mistakes immediately. AI also support different learning speed. So students need more examples, others want deeper challenges. And AI system can adapt to these needs, which make education more flexible. And also from the educators' side, AI help us design better materials and analyze students' performance. We can quickly identify which topic students struggle and with and adjust our teaching strategy. It also reduce repetitive tasks like grading simple quizzes, so we can focus more on mentoring and critical thinking. But there is also responsibility. We must teach students how to use AI ethically. It's very important. Not just copy answers, but I understand the concepts. So overall, AI is not mm, replacing the teachers. It's becoming a powerful assistant in the classroom and making learning smarter, faster, and more personalized.
And there's a growing debate about AI replacing jobs. From your perspective, are we seeing more job displacement or job transformation? And which industries should be preparing the fastest?
That is a very interesting question and also a very important one. I believe AI will replace some jobs. We should be honest about that. Automation has always replaced certain types of work throughout the history, and AI is very powerful form of automation. But I don't think the full story is job disappearance. I think it's mainly job transformation. The key difference will be this. For example, people who learn how to work with AI, especially those who know how to ask the right questions and use AI tools effectively. So will keep their value in the job market. So those who ignore it may struggle. For example, recently I saw a video of a truck driver in Turkey who went to sleep at night while his autonomous truck drove the entire road. And in the morning, he woke up very happy. But honestly, if I were in his position, I would not feel comfortable because if the truck can drive by itself at night, then in the future, it may not need the driver at all. So yes, some jobs, especially repetitive and predictable ones, are at high risk. But at the same time, AI is creating entirely new jobs that don't didn't exist 10 years ago. AI engineers, prompt engineers, data scientists, AI ethics, AI trainers. So this pattern has happened before during the industrial revolution and also the digital revolution. So industries that should prepare fastest are transportation and manufacturing, customer service, and even parts of the media and finance, because automation is moving very quickly there. In the end, AI will not simply remove jobs. It will change the definition of many jobs. So the real competition will not between humans and AI. It will between humans who use AI and humans who don't. This is my idea.
And what developments in machine learning, such as generative AI, reinforcement learning, or edge AI, do you believe will have the greatest real-world impact over the next 5 or so years?
That for us is very important and strategic questions. Over the next 5 years, I believe three areas will have the greatest real-world impact, like generative AI, reinforcement learning, and edge AI, but in different ways. First, generative AI will continue to transform knowledge work. It is already helping with writing, coding, design, customer support, and content creation. In the near future, it will become more specialized in supporting doctors, lawyers, engineers, and also researchers with high-level tasks. So its the biggest impact will be in productivity and creativity. Reinforcement learning also will quietly power intelligent decision system. It is especially important in robotics, autonomous vehicles, energy optimization, and also smart infrastructure. Reinforcement learning allows actually machines to learn by interacting with environments and improving those experience. So in complex dynamic systems like traffic control or power grids, this will be extremely valuable. And Edge AI may become one of the most transformative developments. Instead of sending all data to the cloud, AI models will run directly on device, like smartphone cameras, medical equipment, drones, something like this. So this means faster decisions and lower latency and better privacy and more reliability. For industries like healthcare, manufacturing, and transportation, this is very important and
Really?
critical. If I had to choose one area with the broadest impact, I would say generative AI will change how people work, while edge AI and reinforcement learning will change how systems operate. So the next 5 years will not just be about smarter models, they will be about smarter integration of AI into everyday lives and also infrastructure.
And now looking ahead, what's the next big breakthrough in artificial intelligence that the public isn't talking about yet, but should be?
That also is a really good question. I think the next big breakthrough in AI, which the public is not talking about enough, is AI systems that can reason and plan and collaborate more like humans, not just generate content. Right now, most people focus on chatbots and image generation. But the next stage is AI that can break down complex problems into steps and evaluate different strategies and make long-term decisions. For example, imagine AI system that can manage an entire energy grid efficiently and coordinate disaster response in real world or assist scientific research by designing and testing hypotheses. So these systems will not just answer questions, they will think through process. It's very important. And another major breakthrough will be trustworthy and explainable AI. As AI becomes more powerful, society will demand systems that are transparent, fair, and also accountable. So building AI that can explain why it made a decision, especially, for example, in healthcare or finance, will be critical. So the real breakthrough will not just be more powerful AI, it will be more reliable, more responsible, and more capable of structured reasoning. It's very important. So that is where the future impact will truly expand, not only in technology, but in society as a whole.
Stay tuned on NewsX World.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Suma Katauka. Today we focus on the explosive escalation in West Asia and Middle East. As Israeli jets strike Beirut, tensions rise over the Lebanese capital as the Israeli Defense Forces target Hezbollah infrastructure in response to a massive missile barrage. This is a story of a shadow war stepping into the light. The big question is this the beginning of the end for Iran's most powerful proxy, or is the regional order collapsing into a total war? Now let's look at Lebanon. The escalation in Lebanon follows a barrage of missiles and drones launched by Hezbollah into northern Israel on March 2nd this year. The group stated the attack was a retaliation for the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by US and Israeli Operation Epic Fury. In response, the Israeli Air Force carried out heavy airstrikes on Beirut, southern suburbs, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, the toll is, as of now, stands at 52 dead and 154 injured. The IDF also confirmed the killings of Hossein Makhled, the head of Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters, during the overnight operations. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of civilians are currently displaced, fleeing towards Sidon and northern Beirut as the Israeli military issues evacuation orders for over 55 villages and towns. The broader context for this war began on February 28 this year, when the United States and Israel launched a coordinated military campaign against the Iranian regime. US President Donald Trump announced the start of Operation Epic Fury, aimed at neutralizing Iran's nuclear program, missile sites, and naval capabilities. The US Department of War confirmed that ship-launched Tomahawk missiles and carrier-based jets targeted IRGC command centers in Tehran, the capital of Iran. The primary objective stated by the President Trump administration is the permanent removal of Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons and the degradation of its proxy network, which the president characterized as a threat to global security. The operation also resulted in the confirmed death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So why does Hezbollah fight Iran's wars because it is the jewel in the crown of Iranian power. Hezbollah's involvement in this conflict is tied to its historical and logistical dependence on Tehran. Founded in 1982 with the assistance of 1,500 IRGC instructors, the group has long served as the primary proxy for Iranian interest in the Levant. Financially, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion annually from Iran. Militarily, its arsenal of rockets, drones, and precision missiles is almost entirely supplied through Iranian logistical corridors running through Syria. This March's strikes on Haifa by Hezbollah were explicitly linked by the group's leadership to their allegiance to the Iranian supreme leader. The domestic political landscape in Lebanon has shifted sharply during this crisis. Hence, Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has announced a total ban on all military and security activities by Hezbollah. The Lebanese cabinet has declared these activities illegal and demanded that the group surrender its weapons to the state. Prime Minister Salam has stated that the decision of war and peace rests exclusively with the state. While Hezbollah representatives have rejected the ban, the move represents an unprecedented attempt by the Lebanese civilian government to disconnect the country from Iran's military agenda. So where does this leave Hezbollah? As of now, Israeli forces remain positioned along the Israeli-Lebanese border, with the IDF indicating they are prepared for all options, including a potential ground incursion into southern Lebanon. The conflict has now evolved into a multi-front war involving direct strikes on sovereign Iranian territory and intense urban combat in Lebanon. The key question remains, can the Lebanese state assert control over its territory, or will the collapse of the Iranian leadership trigger a prolonged and decentralized proxy war across the entire region? Now for this, we are welcoming Dr. Emmanuel Navon. He's an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University and senior fellow at Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. Joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Navon, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, thank you. Now looking at this, Israel has stated that these strikes target Hezbollah's command centers and weapons storage facilities, given the density of Beirut's southern suburbs. How effectively can the IDF degrade Hezbollah's missile capabilities without causing a total collapse of civilian infrastructure?
Well, causing such a collapse was the objective of Hezbollah and of Iran in the first place. I mean, there's a reason why Iran and Hezbollah placed its command and also its arsenal within densely populated areas in Beirut and in the rest of Lebanon. It is in order to cause the maximum number of victims in case of Israeli strikes. That is the same cynicism used by Hamas in the Gaza Strip to try and maximize the number of civilian victims in order to isolate Israel internationally. Now, Israel thankfully has the technology to cause the maximum damage to the terrorist organization Hezbollah while reducing to a minimum the amount of civilian victims. But of course, at the end of the day, Hezbollah and Lebanon and Iran are responsible for those side victims, and it is about time for the Lebanese state to retake control of its sovereignty and stop being the hostage of this terrorist Shia organization.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has formally banned Hezbollah's military activities. In practical terms, does the Lebanese government possess the actual enforcement power to disarm the group, or is this primarily a symbolic move to distance from the state from the ongoing strikes?
Well, until Israel struck Hezbollah's military infrastructure in the past 2 years, Hezbollah as a terrorist organization and as a de facto army had in fact more power than the Lebanese state and the Lebanese army. But as Hezbollah is weakening thanks to Israel, and as it is losing its main patron in Tehran, thanks to Israeli and American strikes there, so hopefully the state of Lebanon will finally have the ability to put an end to this terrorist phenomenon within its own country that has taken Lebanon into hostage and destroying the country. So the more Israel strikes Hezbollah and weakens it, and the more Israel and the United States weaken the brutal theocracy in Tehran, the more it will be possible for the Lebanese government to act against Hezbollah.
And Dr. Navon, building on that, Hezbollah is often described as the most advanced arm of Iran's regional strategy. If the direct financial and logistical link to Tehran is severed by the current US and Israeli operations, is there a realistic path for Hezbollah to transition into a purely political entity within Lebanon?
Hello and welcome. I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. The US military commander in the Middle East said American forces had struck nearly 2,000 targets so far in Iran as part of the largest firepower build-up in the region in a generation. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has targeted northern Israel's Haifa naval base in response to the Israeli military's ongoing strikes against the Iran-backed movement strongholds in Lebanon, including the southern suburbs of Beirut. The United States has started facilitating charter flights from a number of countries in the Middle East for US citizens stranded in the region as Washington's joint military strikes with Israel on Iran have severely disrupted global air travel. The move came 4 days after the US-Israeli air war on Iran began. Britain is deploying HMS Dragon, an air defence destroyer, to Cyprus after the runway of its Akrotiri base there was hit by an Iranian-made drone. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said he was sending the naval vessel along with helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. President Emmanuel Macron has said France is sending its aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to the Mediterranean and working to build a coalition that would help secure maritime traffic imperiled by the escalating crisis in the Middle East. Macron said that action needed to be taken with the Straits of Hormuz closed and the Suez Canal and Red Sea shipping routes threatened by the widening conflict. The dollar rallied to a 3-month high in early trading in Asia, with investors retreating from the euro as the growing conflict in the Middle East sparked fears of a sustained rise in energy prices. The euro traded down, extending losses into a third day after earlier hitting its weakest since late November. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercut his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including readying a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. And now to our top story. An explosion has hit northeastern Tehran, marking a new escalation in the ongoing Middle East conflict. The blast occurred on the 5th day of the war, triggered by joint US-Israeli strikes on Iran, which have rapidly spread beyond the country's borders. Iranian state television confirmed the powerful explosion, but did not provide further details. The situation has added to the already tense atmosphere in Tehran, where ongoing strikes and military activity have become a daily occurrence since the conflict erupted. Meanwhile, explosions also rocked Beirut's southern suburbs as Israel launched airstrikes across Lebanon. Thick smoke rose over Babda, and the sound of gunfire and planes was heard near Beirut Rafiq Hariri International Airport. Hezbollah retaliated against Israel, firing rockets along the border in response to the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Now joining us live, we have our guest Yossi Kupawasa, who is an Israeli intelligence and security expert in Tel Aviv. Yossi, thank you so much for joining us live today. Now you're located in Tel Aviv. Do you believe that Israel would be happy with a Venezuela type solution where there would be a perhaps version of the Islamic regime that accepts Donald Trump's demands but maintains its infrastructure and bureaucracy?
No, I don't think we are going to be happy with that. What we are looking for is a change of regime in Iran. We look for a regime, a democratic regime that would replace the Islamic Republic and its terror-supporting policy. And we are looking for deeper change. Doesn't mean that we cannot settle for something that is less than exactly what we want, provided that the new regime will give up the nuclear project, will give up the ballistic missiles, will give up the attempt to build a chain of proxies that is designated to take terror attacks against Israel and so on and so forth. This is something that can be looked upon, but basically what we need is a change of the regime.
Okay. And so with a change in regime, of course, in the diaspora, the prince of the former monarchy in Iran, Reza Pahlavi, he's quite a popular candidate in the Iranian diaspora abroad. In your opinion, do you believe that he is a useful figurehead for the diaspora movement or a actual candidate that could be taken seriously?
Well, first of all, we don't interfere in the business of the Iranian opposition. It's, the Iranian people have to decide who's going to be the leaders. And Reza Pahlavi is definitely a major prominent figure amongst the Iranian opposition. And he may emerge as the person who's going to lead Iran from where they are now towards a democracy. That's what he wants to do. He looks upon himself as a transitional figure that would enable the transformation from Islamic Republic to a Western type democracy. If the rest of the Iranian people are going to support it, Israel doesn't have any problem with that.
Okay. And just in, what do you think could be a possible outcome if the Iranian public do move towards a figure that is unpopular in Israel, as of course the regime's ideology and theocracy is quite embedded in Iranian society. Of course, we have seen government protests against the governments, but these protests, in January at least, were more about the economic aspect and cost of living in Iran. What could we see as a possible situation if the Iranian people choose someone who is still anti-Israel and anti-West?
If they choose one like that, it's a pity, but I don't think this is the case. I think you're wrong about in your assessment of where the feelings of the Iranian people go. The fact that in spite of the hate, the indoctrination for radical Islamism that has been the case in Iran for the last 47 years, there are so many people who are opposing the regime, ready to go to the streets and risk their lives, shouting death to the dictator, meaning Khamenei, and were willing to take risks in order to change the regime. And you saw the demonstrations of the Iranians in exile that are definitely supporting a change of regime. I don't think that the Iranian regime was very successful in inculcating in the minds of their people the support for their ideology. They were successful with some, and these are the people that manned the Revolutionary Guards and the Basij. I'm not saying that there's no support for the Iranian regime, but it's not the majority of the Iranians. On the contrary, that's what I think. But if I'm wrong and they are going to vote for somebody who's a radical Muslim, radical Shiite cleric, then we'll have to reassess the situation. I don't think this is the situation, on the contrary.
Okay. Yossi Kupuwaza, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. It's been a pleasure to hear your thoughts. In a televised address, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has reiterated his strong opposition to the US and Israel's attack on Iran, warning that the conflict could turn into a game of Russian roulette, risking the lives of millions. His comments came after US President Donald Trump threatened to cut trade with Spain over its position on the conflict. Let's listen in to the Spanish Prime Minister's statements.
Vamos a aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y, por supuesto, tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y, por tanto,
Tensions between the two NATO allies, Spain and the United States, escalated after Sanchez denounced the latest bombings on Iran as reckless and illegal. Sanchez later has banned US aircraft from using Spanish bases in the south of the country, including naval and air bases that were being used for the offensive against Iran. Sanchez has stressed that Spain would not be complicit in actions that contradicted the country's values and interests. Moreover, recent flight tracking data has showed that at least 15 US aircraft departed from Spanish bases in Rota and Moron after the strikes. Several of the aircraft then reportedly landed at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Joining us live, we have Professor Veselin Popovsky, who is a professor and vice dean at the Jindal Global Law School here in New Delhi. Professor Popovsky, thank you so much for joining us again on the show. How do you think this will affect NATO? Of course, Trump has a lot of antagonism with NATO, especially over funding for Ukraine. So what's your assessment on how this will affect the NATO-US relationship?
It's a very good question, a very good example that actually United States depend on the European members of NATO, not the other way around. It is exactly what happened. How important it is for the United States to utilize its partners in NATO is very much in place here. It's not that Spain needs NATO, it's United States that needs Spain as a member of NATO. So it's a very good lesson, I will say. I'm sure Donald Trump will not learn that lesson. But the lesson here is definitely that United States very much depends on its presence in NATO. Many American bases are based in European countries, and not only in Spain, but also in Britain, in Germany, and other countries. So over time, if not this, the next administration in Washington will realize how crucial is NATO for its own strategic purposes and interests. And obviously the reaction of Donald Trump is typical, chaotic, erratic, nonsensical, to threaten to stop all trade with Spain. It's first of all impossible. It's just nonsense what Donald Trump is talking about. These are private companies, American and Spanish, that trade. Donald Trump cannot stop private companies to do whatever they want to do. And until he wants to take some action against private companies that trade with Spain, the situation will change. So this is obviously absolutely an empty threat. And immediately the Spanish Prime Minister, but also the European partners, reminded Trump what is European Union, that Spain is a member of the European Union, and then if he wants to take action against one member, he needs to talk to the entire European Union. So yes, it's yet another absolutely stupid reaction by Donald Trump. Although on another hand, one might ask the question, why do Spanish disallow United States to utilize their bases? And obviously there is a good argument to say Spain, as a left-wing government, is against the action. It's also a pacifist type of prime minister himself. And maybe also I will say some historical reasoning on this, because Spain historically has accommodated a lot of Muslim population. And for that reason, all of those reasons, I'm not surprised that Spanish Prime Minister disallowed United States to use the military bases for what is obviously an aggression, unprovoked and basically in violation of the UN Charter aggression against Iran. And by the way, not only Spain, United Kingdom also initially, later they reversed that, but initially also disallowed United States Air Force to utilize the airspace of United Kingdom. Long term, it doesn't affect much because, as I mentioned in the beginning, NATO is a solid organization, very united. Moreover, because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, all the NATO, it's actually expanded with the membership of Sweden and Finland. And once we have a better president in the White House, obviously NATO will go back to as strong as it used to be.
Okay, now Professor Popovsky, beg your pardon, Professor Veselin, please stay with us as we move to our next story. Kuwait's military announced it was working to intercept incoming missiles and drones detected in the country's airspace. This comes as Iran continues its attacks on Gulf states for a fifth day. The sirens were heard in Kuwait City as the armed forces took action to neutralize the threat, according to the military statement. And another breaking news update, Israeli airstrikes in Iran's Isfahan province killed 5 people and caused significant damage across multiple cities. The attacks, which targeted Najafahabad, Faraidan, Mubarakeh, Aran Va, Bigdol, Kashan and Shareza, also left 15 residential units damaged. According to the Israeli army, the strikes targeted a key Iranian ballistic missile facility. The deadly attack has intensified the ongoing conflict and raised concerns about escalating violence in the region. Authorities in the area are assessing the extent of the destruction. Now to our next story. Russia's defense ministry has reported that its air defense forces have intercepted and destroyed 32 Ukrainian UAVs over several Russian regions. This came after a drone attack in the southern Volgograd region, which 5 people were injured. Russia's air defense actions took place yesterday and continued till today, targeting UAVs in multiple areas. Among the 32 drones shot down, 21 were reportedly destroyed over the Volgograd region. Others were downed in Rostov, Volgograd, Astrakhan and Kursk regions. In response to the threat of falling drone debris, authorities in the Cheboksary region have transferred schools to distance learning. The mayor there has advised residents to avoid movement across the city, particularly near windows and balconies. Additionally, utility companies have been instructed to open basements for residents' shelter if necessary. Now, joining us again, we have Professor Veselin Popovsky, who is Professor and Vice Dean at Jindal Global Law Schools in New Delhi. Now, Professor, you were just talking about how this will affect NATO. Of course, with Spain being a part of NATO, the United States being part of NATO, and their previous conflicts over the war in Ukraine. How will this latest war, this fresh war that's erupted between Israel, the United States, and Iran, affect the war currently in Ukraine and the NATO efforts to stabilize the war in that region?
Well, first of all, Iranians did supply a lot of drones, Shaheeds, to Russia. In calculation, 57,000 those were Iranian Shaheeds utilized by Russia against Ukraine. So those will definitely reduce in the circumstances that Iran needs its own defense system now. So that's a good news for Ukraine, that less military support will come from Iran to Russia, and it might even stop over time, with the reduced capacity of Iran also to produce drones, not only to sell drones. And I will say also that in terms of the Western support to Ukraine, I don't think that will diminish, because it was never American. Over the last 13 months now, it was the Europeans who support Ukraine. Donald Trump didn't give a penny to the Ukrainians in military support. So whatever he wants to use his money to give it to Israel or to Saudis, it doesn't matter for Ukraine at all. Ukraine does not depend on Donald Trump anymore. It depends only on its European partners, who are very generous in deciding to give also not only military, but also financial and economic and all other support for Ukrainians. So obviously good news for Ukraine, and we see that already on the battlefield. The Russian army is destroyed in Zaporozhye. Several cities there already recaptured back by the Ukrainians. And Russians are not advancing anymore anywhere, virtually. And you mentioned also the hits on military targets in Russia by the Ukrainian drones and other munitions. So over time, I will think that Russia spending so much on this war, in terms of mostly soldiers, but also in terms of finances and budget, over time will lead to some changes in Russia, and hopefully the end of Vladimir Putin, that could possibly also, I hope, lead to the end of the war. So Russia is not winning, actually losing a lot of soldiers, but also a lot of money in Ukraine. And even if in the beginning Russia was the bigger and richer part between Russia and Ukraine, today is absolutely the opposite. With the support of the Europeans, as I said, Ukraine is much more solid, much more trained and prepared for any further attacks from Russia. So it's one direction. I'm very hopeful by the end of 2026. The war will go to the Ukrainians, and again, Donald Trump is useless. He proved to be useless over the last 13 months. He delivered nothing in terms of peace, but also nothing in terms of support in Ukraine. And I will say he was the last good news for Putin in this war, the elections of Donald Trump. But over time, the reducing popularity of Donald Trump, losing the elections in, first of all, in Hungary, we have elections next month. Orban will lose the elections in Hungary. He will no longer be there. The new prime minister of Hungary will be very supportive to Ukraine and will further unify the European Union and NATO. And Trump, the Republican Party, losing the elections for the Congress and the House of Representatives in November. Over time, the good news for Ukraine will come, and the bad news for Moscow will also come.
Now, please stay with that thought, Professor Popovsky, as we move to our next update. Germany's intelligence service, the BND, has released a new statement revealing that Russia's 2025 federal budget deficit is significantly higher than previously stated, exceeding 2.36 trillion rubles. The BND has also claimed that Russia has been masking the true costs of the Ukraine war. Back in February last month, the BND provided a stark warning about Russia's military expenditures. It said that Russia's military spending in 2022 and 2023 was roughly 66% higher than official reports. The agency also explained that the discrepancy stemmed from the inclusion of hidden expenses, such as military construction, IT projects, and welfare payments to military families. Moreover, the BND has further noted that military spending in 2025 accounted for around 10% of Russia's economic output, as well as half of the country's total budget. These funds were not only directly allocated to the war in Ukraine, but also used for expanding Russia's military capabilities, particularly near NATO's eastern flank. Joining us again, we have Professor Veselin Popovsky, who is a professor and vice dean at Jindal Global Law School in New Delhi. Now, Professor Popovsky, just on what you were saying before and taking into consideration this report out of German intelligence, Russia won't be able to buy as many drones from Iran as you were saying before, and the German intelligence has reported that there is a budget shortfall in Russia. Will the decrease in oil from the Gulf states produce a net positive on the Russian war impact, as they are also a oil producer, perhaps counterbalancing the lack of Iranian missiles that they'll be able to source?
Difficult to say. Yes, you are correct that the oil price went up, which is kind of a good news for Russia, but the oil prices go up and down over time. So it might be a good news for 1 week or for 2 weeks until the oil price goes down. So yes, Russia will gain this week and may lose next week. If you depend on something that is so variable every week, and it depends on hundreds of factors, not only some uranium, Iran doesn't produce much quantity of oil as to affect too much the market anyway. So yes, the oil price is up, good news for Moscow, but that's today. Let's see what happens next week. Long term, yes, you're absolutely right. The news we hear from the German intelligence suggests yet another time how Russia is trying to manipulate and lie in its own statistics, so that yes, that deficit is really an incredible figure, and that's long term, and that's what is significant news here, not the oil price today, but rather the huge deficit. And yes, looking at other economic analysis, we see that effectively Russia spent all its reserve and now is selling gold. 30% of its gold is already sold, as to be able somehow to fund the war in Ukraine. Again, it can fight for another year. Putin can continue selling oil and selling gold, but after that, everything will be a total misery. He will put Russia into the misery which Maduro put Venezuela into, and some dictators. Dictators put misery at the end of their rule, and that's what is going to happen. Putin is no different from Adolf Hitler, from Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Maduro, and everybody else who destroyed, first and foremost, their economy and their people who suffer more. Russians will be the ultimate victims of Putin and the Russian population, not so much the rest of the world.
Professor Popovsky, thank you so much for coming on the show today. It's been a pleasure to have your thoughts. Now to our next story. At least 101 people are missing and 78 have been injured as a result of a suspected submarine attack on an Iranian naval vessel off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's Navy and Defence Ministry sources have confirmed the incident, stating that it occurred in southern Sri Lankan waters, where Sri Lanka Navy ships were deployed after receiving a distress call from the Iranian ship. According to Sri Lanka's foreign minister, at least 30 people have been rescued from the sinking vessel and taken ashore, where the injured are being treated in hospital. Rescue operations remain underway as efforts continue to locate those still missing from the ship. The circumstances surrounding the attack remain unclear, and authorities have not yet issued an official confirmation of a submarine strike. Now to Latin America. Ecuadorian and US military forces launched joint operations against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador. The operations were part of a commitment to combat narco-terrorism in Latin America and the Caribbean. The US Southern Command, which oversees military operations in the region, said the action targeted illicit drug trafficking but provided few details. Footage released showed helicopters taking off and personnel heading towards them. The Southcom commended Ecuador's armed forces for their courage and determination in the fight against narco-terrorists. to our next story. In Europe, according to reports, Italian digital bank Fineco has plans to use artificial intelligence to drive client growth and reduce costs under a new strategy extending to 2029. The company reportedly aims for a significant net boost in net inflows and new clients, targeting a double-digit yearly increase between 2025 and 2029, compared to a 6% rise in the 2021 to 2025 period. Reports suggest that this strategy does not include potential gains from Fineco's planned expansion of brokerage services beyond Italy by 2027 through a new pan-European investment platform. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. The US military commander in the Middle East has said that American forces have struck nearly 2,000 targets so far in Iran as part of the largest firepower build-up in the region in a generation. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has targeted northern Israel's Hafiyah naval base in response to the Israeli military's ongoing strikes against the Iran-backed movement's strongholds in Lebanon, including the southern suburbs of Beirut. The United States has started facilitating charter flights from a number of countries in the Middle East for the US citizens stranded in the region, as Washington's joint military strikes with Israel on Iran have severely disrupted global air travel. The move came 4 days after the US-Israeli air war on Iran began. Britain is deploying HMS Dragon, an air defence destroyer, to Cyprus after the runway of its Akrotiri base there was hit by an Iranian-made drone. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was sending the naval vessel along with helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. President Emmanuel Macron has said that France is sending its aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to Mediterranean and working to build a coalition that would help secure maritime traffic imperiled by the escalating crisis in the Middle East. Macron said that the action needed to be taken with the Strait of Hormuz closed and the Suez Canal and Red Sea shipping routes threatened by the widening conflict. The dollar rallied to a 3-month high in early trading in Asia, with investors retreating from the euro as the growing conflict in the Middle East sparked fears of sustained rise in the energy prices. The euro traded down, extending losses into its third day after earlier hitting its weakest since last November. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercuts his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including ratifying in a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. And for your top story this hour, the US military has reported striking nearly 2,000 targets in Iran as part of a massive firepower build-up in the region. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of US Central Command, said that more than 2,000 munitions have been used, severely dredging Iran's air defences and destroying hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers and drones. Cooper described the operation, named Operation Epic Fury, as nearly double the scale of the 2003 Iraq shock and awe strikes. He added that the US and Israeli forces continue to carry out 24/7 strikes across multiple domains, including sea, air and cyberspace. The US has also sunk 17 Iranian ships, including an operational submarine. Let's now listen in to what the US Army Admiral had to say.
More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way. These forces bring a massive amount of firepower, representing the largest buildup by the U.S. in the Middle East in a generation. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran. Many of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 24/7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now, we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles.
Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has stated that the recent US and Israeli actions in the Middle East appear to be inconsistent with international law. Carney clarified that while it is for the US and Israel to justify their actions, he believes the strikes raise legal concerns. He also confirmed that Canada was not informed beforehand and was not asked to participate in the strikes. We're now being joined by Shruti Dasgupta, who's an international affairs analyst, joining us from New Delhi. Thank you, Shruti, for joining us here today on NewsX World. How does Canada's public criticism of the US and Israeli operations, framed around international law, reflect broader divisions among Western allies over the conduct of the war?
Well, Canada is a key NATO ally for America. They have major trade and they have major tensions been brewing for the past few months between Trump and Carney. They've had a back and forth of rhetoric which does not reflect good diplomatic relations as of now. In such times when it has almost become the rest of the world against Iran kind of a scenario in the Middle East, when Carney comes out and says these words, he's stating the exact position of most of the rational world, where they say that the attack was preemptive, it was not probably necessary, there was a chance of diplomacy to survive, and US acted without consulting any of its allies, any of its friends, any of its partners, strategic partners, and put at risk not just the lives of the people in Iran or Israel. He has put people at risk in other Gulf nations by starting a war that it could not properly contain. The second part of his statement that I feel reflects is that the West is very concerned about the high-handed manner in which Donald Trump is now working around. In the case of Venezuela, they were kind of muted because they did not particularly like Maduro. They don't particularly like Ayatollah Khamenei as well, but they do not like how this has turned into a regular way of dealing with Trump's problem, to act first and then demand support from all his partners and alliance partners and basically people that he actually counts on as clout. So it tends to reflect very poorly on the nations he calls his very good partner, or very good coalition partner, or very good strategic partner. And on top of it, if you do not bow to him, like for Spain yesterday, or even UK, he starts hinting at trade wars all over again. So there is, of course, no matter what deal is inked, where we all know now that it is, even if the ink is dry on it, it is never quite firm, because whenever Donald Trump's line is not towed by his strategic partners or defense alliance partners, he will use that particular trade deal and yank the carpet right under from their feet. So they are not comfortable with how he operates without having an understanding with his partners. They want to be held as a partner, not as a vassal state that I do and you follow. Trump is not the mama duck, and the others don't have to follow him around quacking the same line that he is saying. So this is a universal frustration from the West that I see echoing through these statements. None of them support Iran. None of them want Iran to get nuclear weapons. None of them are actually mourning the death of Khamenei. What they're mourning is the complete breakdown of law and order. Even UN Charter supports Iran's right to defense right now under Article 51. This itself, the laws laid down by these very same nations, are being violated by Trump under intelligence that only he has privy to. And his statements, if you've seen for the past 2-3 days, and his Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, all of them kind of wander. Some of them say that Israel wanted to strike first and it would have resulted in deaths to American assets or American soldiers because Iran had warned of the same, so we attacked with Israel first. Then they say Iran was building nuclear, but 8 months ago they were saying all the nuclear facilities are way down, it cannot be, it does not have the capability to do dirty bombs. So the problem is there is no consistency in the line that they want to project to the people. They are unable to justify their actions. Nobody in the world supports what Khamenei was doing to its women, to its people, to its protesters, but nobody wants to support Trump in his high-handed actions, and Carney's statement is a reflection of the same.
And what do the reported US strikes on nearly 2,000 targets in Iran indicate about the current phase of the conflict, and how sustainable is this level of military action?
I would like to believe that 2,000 number, and I think it would be pretty much close to accurate. But what you need to understand is those 2,000 targets are not arrays, not the ballistic missile arrays. What has happened in the last 24 to 48 hours in Iran is that they've deployed a mosaic defense system. What does that mean? That means they have decentralized their command. They have separated into 31 smaller groups with individual commanders given a standard operating procedure and targets to hit. They have their kill list already. They already know what they're going to do, and they've been given the free will to do it. Now, when that is happening, when they are already aware of what they're supposed to do, IRGC has become something similar to what your Hamas Hezbollah is. 2 years of conflict in Gaza was unable to track down every single Hamas operative and end the conflict. It has become a similar situation with IRGC in Iran. When they separate into smaller groups, when they divide their ammunition, when they have their own objectives and kill lists, it will be impossible for America to go down from on top of the ground and shoot down at targets. 2,000 targets, sure, but a lot of them are moving vehicles with those ballistic missile launchers. They are moving targets. There are big assets that are being taken down. There is no doubt about it. The fact that they created a leadership vacuum, the fact that they created a power vacuum in Iran's top structure is the reason why this mosaic doctrine has been put in place. But its cost is now that they will have to track down every single one of those operating units and their byproducts, apart from the non-state actors, which are which are the ones causing chaos in the Middle East. And it is now a very expensive war. Every single missile dropped by the planes by USA or Israel is at least 10 times the cost of what Iran is using to hit them. So the cost variation is also very expensive for USA, and they have no choice but to finish this war as of now, because they cannot afford to backtrack. Otherwise they'll have a long lasting problem in the Middle East in the form of what Iran would be now, an irate power with access to military equipment and somewhat second-hand diplomatic immunity provided by Russia and China and US's own actions, which go against universal law. So why I was speaking at another panel the other day, and somebody, an Israeli turned around, I'm not a very big fan of international law. It is laid by men and it can be violated by men. Well, that's exactly what has happened. It was the international law was laid down by men for men. It has been violated by those very same men who laid down that law that they expect the rest of the world to follow. So unfortunately, while those targets, the 2000 number looks big, its impact would be big, but the consequence of it would be that USA is having to pay a big price. I believe there are 6 lives that they have acknowledged that have been lost in the Middle East, and I cannot even presume to understand the amount of billion-dollar damage that their bases, their equipment, their assets, and casualties would come to reflect in the days to come.
Thank you so much, Shruti, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. According to Lebanese state media, Israeli airstrikes have hit a hotel in the Beirut suburb of Hazmir. This strike marks the first recent attack in the predominantly Christian area. The state-run national news agency has reported that ambulances were dispatched to the scene immediately following the strike. Moreover, an Israeli airstrike has also targeted a 4-story building in the eastern Lebanese city of Baalbek early this morning. Sources say that the building is a residential complex and is located in the region controlled by Hezbollah. The national news agency has reported several casualties and said that rescue operations are underway to save families trapped under the rubble. These strikes come as Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange strikes and rocket fire. We're now being joined by Matthew Vadum, who's an author and journalist, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us here today on NewsX World.
Sure. Okay.
What does the targeting of civilian infrastructure, like a hotel, indicate about how the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah is evolving?
You're saying Israel targeted civilian infrastructure? Who targeted civilian infrastructure?
Sorry, Matthew, you're just
I don't know who
out.
you're accusing of attacking civilian infrastructure, but that is not typically done in civilized warfare. Normally, military installations are targeted in wartime. I don't think Israel would deliberately target civilian infrastructure.
We've just heard reports that Israeli airstrikes have hit a hotel in Beirut.
Well, I very much doubt that I don't know about those reports, and I very much doubt that Israel would deliberately hit a hotel unless it was, like a Hezbollah headquarters, and then it would do it very reluctantly, because Israel, unlike a lot of its neighbors, does abide by the rules of civilized warfare and doesn't go after civilian targets. Sometimes it hits them, sometimes it kills civilians inadvertently, but it doesn't target them as a matter of policy, unlike Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran and a lot of Islamic nations who and terrorist groups that do target them deliberately. If now civilian infrastructure is being targeted by Israel, which I'm quite doubtful of, then that would suggest that the war had reached a certain state of desperation, where Israel felt it had no other choice. But I just don't believe that. This conflict is only a few days old, and I don't think Israel would be targeting hotels, right off the bat when the conflict is only a few days old. So I just find that report very hard to believe.
Okay, Matthew, please don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with you shortly. According to Lebanon's health ministry, another set of Israeli airstrikes on 2 towns south of Beirut have resulted in 6 deaths and 8 injuries. The attacks targeted the areas of Aramoun and Sadiat, which are located outside of Hezbollah's traditional strongholds in Lebanon. Additionally, the Israeli military has also issued an urgent warning for residents to leave 16 towns and villages in southern Lebanon. The military has advised people to evacuate their homes immediately and move to open areas for safety. According to Lebanese authorities, Israeli strikes have displaced over 58,000 people, with more than 12,500 families seeking shelter in escalating conflict. Lebanese Social Affairs Minister Hanine Sayed has provided the figures, highlighting the severe humanitarian impact on the population. We are now being rejoined again by Matthew. Thank you for joining us back here for this. As we again have just heard, there have been more strikes with unfortunately more deaths and more injuries. And we heard that where there has been strikes is located outside of Hezbollah's traditional territory and strongholds. As we're going into days and days of this war, how do you think both sides are now taking this?
Well, it's such a young conflict that it's hard to sense what direction it's going to take. But Israel, along with the United States, are determined to wipe out Iran's mullah-based regime, its theocratic totalitarian dictatorship. And Israel is taking aim at Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is essentially an arm of the Iranian theocracy. They are funded and supported by Iran. So Israel treats them as an extension of Iran and targets them. They are going after targets in Lebanon, but as you yourself said, they have given notice to people in the affected towns that they should evacuate because they want to meet their military objectives, but they don't like civilians being killed inadvertently. So they give them a chance to leave before they attack to lessen the chance that civilians will be killed or injured. It can be very difficult, though, to separate civilians from combatants in a war zone. And so, there's always the risk of what military analysts call collateral damage, of innocent, civilian people being caught up in the fighting. But if Iran is to be defeated, then Hezbollah in Lebanon has to be taken out. It is part of the Iranian terrorist apparatus, and it must be defeated, or it will linger long after the regime is defeated in Tehran, and that day appears to be approaching after the United States and Israel together decapitated the dictatorship in Tehran by killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and now by blowing up the Assembly of Experts, which instead of doing something smart like having a Zoom meeting, actually got together to have a physical meeting to elect a successor to Ali Khamenei. So, and many of them were killed. I'm not sure how many, but that was not a smart move on their part. And the United States and Israel are going to keep attacking and killing the leaders of the regime. President Trump, after having negotiations in recent weeks, finally said, I think it was yesterday, that the time for negotiations has passed, and that he wants, surrender from the Iranian regime. He wants regime change.
Thanks, Matthew. Again, don't go too far, as we'll be back with you very shortly. Now moving to Israeli military actions against Iranian forces, the Israeli military has announced the killing of a senior commander from Iran's elite Quds force in a latest strike in Tehran. The commander, Ali Zadeh, has said to be a key operative in Lebanon, working on behalf of the Iranian regime to coordinate with Hezbollah. Let's listen in to what he said.
היום, מטוסי קרב בכיר בכוח קודס ומפקד גיס לבנון. עלי זאדה היה המפעיל של חיזבאללה מטעם המשטר האיראני, ומי שהיה אחראי על תיאום הלחימה.
Polling stations have opened early yesterday as primaries began in Texas and North Carolina, deciding the nominees for congressional races. The election will determine who controls the US Congress during President Donald Trump's final 2 years in office. Voters in Texas and North Carolina will select nominees for Senate and US House races, with Trump's recent attack on Iran looming over the campaigns. The Texas Senate race between Republican John Cornyn and Attorney General Ken Paxton has caused a divide in the GOP. Democrats are hoping to flip Texas and North Carolina while navigating new redistrictions maps. In North Carolina, former Democratic Governor Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley won their party's primaries, setting up a high-stakes showdown for North Carolina's US Senate seat. Cooper, a popular moderate Democrat, promised to be an independent voice in the Senate, working with President Trump when necessary, but always putting North Carolina first. Whatley, endorsed by Trump, is a former Republican National Committee chairman. The race to fill the seat of retiring Republican from is crucial in determining control of the Senate. We're now being rejoined again by Matthew. Thank you for joining us back here for this.
Right.
To what extent are national themes such as economy, immigration, what's obviously going on in Iran, and Trump involved with Ukraine-Russia talks, influence the outcomes in these states?
Well, these things can be important in national politics. American people tend not to be very interested in international affairs and in foreign relations. So I don't think that those are the primary concerns. The American people are generally focused on so-called pocketbook issues, how the economy is doing. They're also concerned or focused on President Trump's immigration enforcement effort, and so that's important to them. But it's largely the economy and other things. There's conflicting polling on whether President Trump's efforts are popular or not. Apparently, the war in Iran, Trump hasn't done a very good job on selling to the American public because most of the public doesn't seem to support the effort, at least not yet. In Texas, you have the situation where Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, who is a colorful fellow and has had lots of scandals associated with him, is taking on the longtime serving moderate to conservative Senator John Cornyn, who is not as popular with the conservative Republican base. Paxton is popular with the conservative Republican base. And a lot of, rank and file conservatives would like to, and the grassroots, as they call them, would like to see Cornyn defeated. But apparently that is going to go to a runoff because neither candidate, achieved 50% on the first ballot. So they're going to continue fighting about that for a while. In North Carolina, Roy Cooper, former governor, big spending governor, but popular, even though he's a Democrat in a sort of red Republican state, not a deep red Republican state, but he managed to complete terms of office as governor and remain with his reputation intact, and he is popular and a serious contender to replace the outgoing Republican incumbent Senator Tom Tillis.
Sorry, Matthew, we've just got some breaking news coming in, but thank you for joining us on NewsX World. Eric Flores has won the Republican primary for Texas' 34th congressional district, setting up a key general election battle in November. Flores is a Republican Army veteran, former federal prosecutor and lawyer from Mission in South Texas, running to flip the district against Democratic incumbent Vince Vicente Gonzalez. This primary victory comes in a district redrawn recently and seen as a battleground stretching from the Rio Grande Valley up the Gulf Coast to Corpus Christi. Flores has earlier been endorsed by President Trump, positioning him as the GOP's choice to challenge Democrats in November's general election. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has condemned the US-Israel conflict with Iran, criticizing US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's stance and calling for Latin America to lead efforts for dialogue. Speaking in Popayán on March the 3rd, Petro warned of the looming threat of nuclear war, stressing that humanity is at risk, not just specific nations. Petro pointed out that Latin America, with its diverse origins, could play a crucial role in promoting peace and culture over war and barbarism. He also condemned the US-Israel military strikes on Iran, citing the refusal to create an independent Palestinian state and oil interests as key factors behind the conflict. Let's listen to what the Colombian president had to say.
Y entonces, en un mundo en que se está destruyendo entre civilizaciones, amenazando con la guerra nuclear, América Latina tiene que plantear que es el momento del diálogo de las civilizaciones y no de la confrontación, la guerra y el exterminio entre civilizaciones, que es el momento de la cultura y no el momento de la barbarie, que de Múnich salió Hitler hacia una barbarie que no hemos olvidado, así los latinoamericanos no la hayamos sentido, pero ahora sí sentimos la barbarie.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rashan Gidwani and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines for this hour. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has formally declared full control over the Strait of Hormuz, enforcing a naval blockade on all oil tankers. Tehran has warned that any vessel attempting to defy the shutdown will be set on fire, leaving nearly 20% of the world's daily crude supply at an absolute standstill. Israeli jets have expanded their Lebanon campaign, striking the Hazmieh district near Beirut's presidential palace and several foreign embassies. The strike on the Comfort Hotel and surrounding residential blocks signals a new phase of the war targeting Iranian-aligned leadership in areas previously considered neutral. The Saudi Defense Ministry confirmed the interception of 2 cruise missiles over the Al-Kharj district south of Riyadh today. Additionally, 9 attack drones were destroyed after entering Saudi airspace, as Iran continues to target U.S. military assets and diplomatic missions across the Arabian Peninsula. The Israeli Air Force confirmed that an F-351 Adir has shot down an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet over Tehran, marking the first ever air-to-air kill of a manned aircraft by an F-35. The engagement took place during a massive aerial blitz targeting internal security command centers and missile launchers across the Iranian capital. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of a convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercut his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including ratifying a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has formally barred the United States from using joint military bases at Rota and Moron for strikes against Iran. Sanchez stated that the government's position in 4 words is no to the war, despite threats from President Trump to sever all trade with Madrid. This marks the most significant diplomatic rift within NATO since the conflict began, as European allies voiced growing concern over the unilateral nature of the U.S.-Israeli offensive. President Emmanuel Macron has ordered the deployment of the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to the eastern Mediterranean to assist in the evacuation of thousands of stranded French citizens. While Macron has remained critical of the scale of the strikes on Tehran, the move represents an escalation of European military presence intended to protect sovereign interests and facilitate repatriation flights from Egypt and the UAE amid the total collapse of commercial aviation. And here are the top stories for the hour. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has sharply criticized former U.S. President Donald Trump, accusing him of betraying diplomacy and derailing nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. Araghchi's comments came as military tensions between Iran, Israel, and the U.S. escalated. He has also stated that Trump's treatment of the nuclear negotiations as a real estate transaction led to the failure of diplomacy, resulting in the current conflict. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel have intensified their strikes on Iranian targets as Iran retaliates with missile and drone attacks. Furthermore, senior Iranian officials, including Mohammad Mokhber, a close aide to the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, have said that Iran has no intention of negotiating with the U.S. and can continue the war indefinitely. The collapse of talks has intensified the regional crisis, with Gulf states on high alert and global markets reacting to the instability. Let's listen in to what the senior aide to late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had to say.
هیچ اعتمادی با آمریکایی‌ها نداریم و بنای هیچ مذاکره‌ای هم با آمریکایی‌ها نداریم. این نکته مهمیه. ما جنگ رو میتونیم ادامه بدیم.
And now joining us live is Ruby Barlow, correspondent from NewsX World. Miss Barlow, what do you make of this essential war in general? I haven't had a chance to speak with you overall. Do you believe that the U.S. is essentially isolating themselves as far as terms with Spain go? What do you make of the U.S.'s stance joined with Israel at this time, please?
Well, of course, every war is tragic, and the people that suffer the most are the civilians. Of course, we've seen a strike hit a girls' primary school in Iran, and around 150 school children buried in a mass grave. So, of course, war always does hit the innocents. In terms of if the United States is becoming isolationist, Trump has always said that he is an isolationist. He's very protectionist in his trade policies. Of course, that's why we've seen his implementation of tariffs with virtually every country in the world. Is he isolating himself from the rest of the world with this war? I'm not sure. A lot of other countries, including Australia, including leaders in Europe, have congratulated him for killing the Ayatollah in Iran, but I doubt that there will be efforts to place boots on the ground from these allies, let alone from the United States themselves. This war is not popular in the United States. Of course, Trump was elected on an anti-war platform, and he's very much let down a large portion of his supporters. Famously, in his appeal for a peace prize, he said that he had finished 7 or 8 wars, but he has now started another one. A lot of the conservative media figures who supported him and his re-election, such as Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, have also come out against this war. The American people don't want to see another endless war like they saw in Afghanistan, like they saw in Iraq. Of course, in Iraq, it's led to a failed state, and in Afghanistan, they replaced the Taliban with the Taliban, spending millions of dollars and killing many, many Americans in the process. So, as far as I can see, I'm not sure how this will affect his relations with the rest of the world, but I don't see this war ending anytime soon. Back to you, Roshan.
Thank you for those insights, Ms. Barlow. Now, for some breaking news, Iran is reportedly nearing the selection of a successor to the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Ayatollah Ahmad Khatami, a senior scholar and member of the influential Guardian Council and Assembly of Experts, confirmed the imminent decision. He stated that the country is close to a conclusion, but emphasized the ongoing war situation as a factor in the process. This comes as Israeli Defense Minister Katz warned that any leader chosen by the Iranian regime to continue its policies of threatening Israel, the United States, and the free world would be a target for elimination. And now joining us is Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator from London. Hi, Mark.
So, how are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Now, sir, what do you make of the safety of any leader that's now going to be elected to be the supreme leader in Iran? Do you believe they will be safe, or do you feel that after this regime change, after this war, the entire nation will be, in fact, obliterated entirely? What are your thoughts, please?
Well, the building where they choose their new supreme leader was actually bombed by Israeli forces in the last 24 hours. At the end of the day, Roshan, he carries this particular leader, if that's who they've just voted for, will carry on the same idealism. So there will be no change within the idealism and with the propaganda that they are then pumping out. At the end of the day, the idealism that they believe in is to then wipe out the state, wipe out Israel, wipe out, and beyond that, to get rid of every attack, every single Jewish person within the world, and then they will see their Mahdi and their interpretation of the end of days come about, and that is what we are then dealing with. Roshan.
Please stay with us. We'll be right back with you. And now for more breaking news, Hezbollah claimed responsibility for a series of attacks on Israeli military sites, including a missile strike on a drone control base and a drone assault on the headquarters of Israel Aerospace Industries in central Israel. The attacks come as Hezbollah responds to Israeli aggression in southern Lebanon. The Lebanese group stated that its drone struck the IAI facility early today, while the missile strike targeted the drone control base in northern Israel shortly before dawn. Meanwhile, Israeli forces reportedly entered the Lebanese town of Qiyam, approximately 6 kilometers from the Lebanon-Israel border, leading to ongoing artillery shelling in the region. Separately, Israel Army has told residents south of Lebanon's Litani River to move north. And now joining us again is Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator, joining us from London. Mark, how do you believe that these civilians will exactly move around the region? Are there resources there that are still available for them to do so? Please.
Having stood at the border there with Israel and Lebanon last November, the issue is this, is that suddenly the Hezbollah in the last 48 hours broke their ceasefire and then started firing ballistic missiles in. The Prime Minister of Lebanon, the army, is trying to put up checkpoints to then arrest people if they are then members of Hezbollah, and do what they can to then bring that group of terrorists financed by Iran to heel. The fact that there is a warning on both sides of the border within Israel and with Lebanon to ask the civilians to move as best as they can, as best as possible. There has been under Hezbollah many there are thousands of rockets. There was always planned to be pointed at Israel. When Hamas attacked on the 7th of October, Sinwar was then hoping that everyone would pile in, and for then Hezbollah, but then dealt with by the IDF. So there are warnings. The IDF, the Israelis give warnings to citizens as best as possible, whether that's through text messages, etc., and over other communication airways. They then do whatever they can to get, and that includes what's happening in Iran as well, to then warn people to get out of harm's way while they are doing pinprick strikes on what is necessary to take out the opposition militarily that is against them. Roshan, to you.
Please stay with us. Next up, Iran's exiled Prince Reza Pahlavi has appealed to Iranians living abroad. He has stated that the Iranian diaspora's dedication and presence in recent weeks have played a crucial role in shifting global opinion and pushing decision makers to support the Iranian people. He has added that the days ahead would be crucial, and the Iranian diaspora's role in maintaining support until the end of the Islamic Republic is essential. Let's listen in to what Pahlavi has said.
هم‌میهنان عزیز خارج از کشور، تلاش و حضور پرشور شما در هفته‌های اخیر و درخشش بی‌نظیرتان در روز جهانی اقدام سهمی کلیدی در تغییر افکار عمومی جهان و تصمیمگیران برای حمایت از ملت ایران داشته است. در روزها و هفته‌های حساس پیش رو، نقش شما در تداوم این حمایت تا پایان دادن به عمر ننگین جمهوری اسلامی حیاتی است. در این مسیر من از شما می‌خواهم فعالیت‌های زیر را انجام دهید. با نمایندگان و تصمیمگیران کشورهای محل اقامت خود تماس بگیرید. آنان را قانع کنید که حمایت از ملت ایران باید تا لحظه سقوط جمهوری اسلامی ادامه یابد. همچنین بر خدشه ناپذیر بودن تمامیت ارضی ایران تأکید کنید.
And now joining us again is Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator from London, to give us his insights on this speech. Mr. Sutherland, essentially the Islamic Republic in recent days has fallen. Now, as these civilians look for homes elsewhere in the world, maybe London, maybe the rest of the EU, how do you believe these countries will let these I don't want to use the word refugees, but these civilians looking for a new place to live in, in your experience, how will all of this function?
You say it has fallen. There is no doubt about it that the top of the head of the snake has been cut off, along with various leaders of the leadership, which were then taken out within minutes of the attacks that started on Saturday, and that is a good thing. The issue is all the layers below that, including the IRGC. And just to make a quick comment on your previous guest, when they say that 148 children may have been killed either by the USA or Israeli strikes, that is yet to be confirmed or proved. And in fact, the reason why I say this is because the IRGC also have a rocket problem, and they may fire off things. The Iranian forces may fire off things, but they end up falling within they're in their own country, and especially if they put IRGC bases next to schools, etc. I'll just leave that there. There is a lot still to do in regard to if we are to see a complete and utter collapse, and that looks like that is beginning to happen, and the people have to then rise up and take their country back. Let's just remind ourselves that this regime has killed anywhere between 35,000, maybe in some estimates, people have nearing 100,000 of their own Persian citizens on the streets of Iran, which is just the most despicable act. And this was done within a very short time of 2-3 days. We have all seen those pictures of them when they have actually got the internet on, so that we can gain access to that. Just finally, and then listening to other people far qualified than me, but looking into this, that the Iranian regime has then designated their power structure in regard to the different provinces of Iran, and how that's layered that out in regard to the IRGC and how it then manages itself. There are many layers, as I say, to take out. And yes, there is friction, as being reported, between the IRGC and the Iranian army. They are not the best of buddies. Then you've got the police force. Then you've got the morality police that have been putting particularly the Iranian women down in appalling ways. So there's still movement on this. There's still a way to go yet, but the pinpoint bombing to destroy certain facilities continues in a rather amazing and dramatic way. But then there is the discussion. Remember, within Iran, there are different sort of tribal groups, different nationality groups of heritage, and how this is going to play out, whether people end up having their own provinces or whether you can actually see a united country, plus with other players that are waiting on the outside looking in, like Turkey or Syria. This is all to play out, Russia, and also to keep an, as it's been reported, to keep an eye on the dear Kurds, who desperately would like their own country. There are many years of history to discuss with that, going round down to about 1895. This is all at play here. The number one thing, many of us who have a heart for what the poor Persian people have been through since 1979, we wish to see this despotic regime go, and this is what we are then waiting to fully happen. And again, it's also at a very dangerous time, because as we constantly seen in other places, it's how that vacuum is filled, and we want the vacuum to be filled with the right people.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sutherland. Please stay with us. Next up, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has said that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East was a failure of the international order, and the United States had not consulted its allies before striking Iran. U.S. and Israeli forces launched strikes against Iran on February 28th after negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program stalled. Carney is on a multi-leg trip across the Asia-Pacific region, including Japan and India. His stop in Australia is aimed at bolstering relations between the two so-called middle powers. Let's in fact listen in to what Carney has said.
Because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and a succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the UN or consulting with allies, including Canada. And the old norms of the rules-based international order are being erased, and that new system that will emerge ultimately is yet to be built. Global institutions have often been too slow to react to crises and too ineffective when they did. And this breakdown has been...
And joining us again now is Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator from London. Mr. Sutherland, let's discuss this international order. Where do you believe the world will position itself after this? From what I understand, by Trump and by the U.S. and Israel essentially attacking Iran, oil exports to China have essentially been stalled or shut down completely. Oil exports from Venezuela in the last few months have also been stalled to China. What are we going to make of this international order in the next few months and then in the long term, please?
Well, I think then people need to wake up in regard to what President Trump is doing and what the Trump administration is doing. When you see also that one of your threats to your hegemony, to world order is China, then what you wish to do is then take out one of those threats, which is of course Iran, which is the biggest sponsor of state terrorism around the world. And then you have to look at all these links. Just remember that Iran has been giving Russian, its drones. They make drones on their behalf. So, providing those. So there's just to remember all these things. Coming from Mark Carney, who recently has been to China and sat opposite, let's just remind ourselves, the Communist Party, and their the technocracy regime that they run in China. They have all their social credit score, digital ID, etc. They have all of that within China, and the most cameras. Well, we might be on a polarity with that within the UK to keep an eye on the population and what they're doing. This is the man that says, we're having to create the new world order. Well, the new world order, in his mind, being a complete and utter technocrat, is basically to be run by a technocracy. In my humble opinion, you are then moving towards where you could see, well, if people are disaffected with the voting system or democracy, and they're not going to participate in voting because we've created a situation where when people think, well, no matter who I vote for, then they're not actually listening to me whatsoever. So it's not worth me participating. It's a very, very good Fabian tool in my humble opinion as well. Then what people will do is push themselves forward as technocrats, and that's who Carney is, and he is making these points from Australia, etc., down to South Asia. But when he is then mixing with people like Albanese in Australia, they have the same kind of mindset and are on the same page. The bottom line is that Carney needs to remember that when he is saying in regard to America then going in and Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I'm so sorry. We'll join you again in just a few minutes. Thank you. Next up, China's foreign ministry says it has safely evacuated more than 470 Chinese citizens from Iran amid the escalating conflict triggered by U.S.-Israeli strikes. The evacuations have been carried out with the assistance of Chinese diplomatic missions as the security situation in Iran became more tense. Chinese embassies and consulates have been working around the clock to help nationals leave Iran and reach safely in neighboring countries. The Chinese Foreign Ministry confirmed the successful evacuation to safeguard its citizens amid rising tensions in the region. Let's listen in to what the Chinese Foreign Ministry has shared about this.
战事爆发后，又有470余名中国公民在中国驻伊朗使领馆的组织下安全撤离。考虑到伊朗当前严峻的安全形势，我们再次郑重提醒在伊朗的中国公民加强自身防范。 尽快安全撤离，及时向驻伊朗使领馆报备信息。
And now moving on, the European Union has pledged to defend its interests after U.S. President Donald Trump's recent threat to impose sanctions on Spain. This comes after Spain's involvement in the ongoing Middle East conflict, where U.S.-Israeli actions have escalated tensions. Trump's remarks have prompted a strong response from EU leaders, who emphasized their commitment to protecting European economic and diplomatic goals. The EU has expressed concern over the long-term impact on transatlantic relations. The European Union remains steadfast in defending its interests, asserting its readiness to act in response to threats posed by by external actors, particularly following Trump's warning on Spain. And now joining us again is Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator from London. Sir, how do you believe this again will escalate tensions between Spain and the U.S.? I believe that exports out of the U.S. to Spain recently have been in the billions. Will this entirely terminate that? What intel do you have on this, please?
I don't think it will fully terminate that, but the issue is, and we have to face the fact that the EU leaders, various members of that of the EU, in particular in Spain, they don't have much love for President Trump. And the other issue is, one of the reasons why is because their gravy train has been shaken. Trump has rattled the cage, saying you need to step up and spend more money on your military defense in regard to NATO, because we've been bailing that out for years. And also in regard to the lunacy in regard to people believing in net zero, and then places like Germany throwing all of their industrial base under the bus. So there's all these issues to then play out. Plus, like in the UK, they are looking at the demography and the change of population, and people that are then pro-Iran, pro this kind of ideology, then they are looking at over their shoulder, particularly like the present Prime Minister of the UK does, to work out, if I need this voting base, then I need to kowtow to that. I have to watch what I have to say. Spanish, there's a long history, the Spanish Inquisition. Maybe that's what they then want to reenact all over again. But at the end of the day, if you have a left-wing mindset, which the Spanish Prime Minister does, then there's going to be a complete loggerheads at the at President Trump and its administration, Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland, for joining us and giving us your insights. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ruby Barlow and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. The US military commander in the Middle East said American forces have struck nearly 2,000 targets so far in Iran as part of the largest firepower build-up in the region in a generation. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has targeted northern Israel's Haifa naval base in response to the Israeli military's ongoing strikes against the Iran-backed movements in the strongholds in Lebanon, including the southern suburbs of Beirut. The United States has started facilitating charter flights from a number of countries in the Middle East for US citizens stranded in the region, as Washington's joint military strikes with Israel on Iran have severely disrupted global air travel. The move came 4 days after the US-Israeli air war on Iran began. Britain is deploying HMS Dragon, an air defence destroyer, to Cyprus after the runway of its Akrotiri base there was hit by an Iranian-made drone. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was sending the naval vessel along with helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. President Emmanuel Macron has said France is sending its aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to the Mediterranean and working to build a coalition that would help secure maritime traffic imperiled by the escalating crisis in the Middle East. Macron said that action needed to be taken with the Straits of Hormuz closed and the Suez Canal and Red Sea shipping routes threatened by the widening conflict. The dollar rallied to a 3-month high in early trading in Asia, with investors retreating from the euro as the growing conflict in the Middle East sparked fears of a sustained rise in energy prices. The euro traded down, extending losses into a third day after earlier hitting its weakest since late November. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercut his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including readying a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. And to our breaking story, Israel's military has reported striking dozens of Iranian security command centers, including targets across Tehran. The Air Force completed a further wave of strikes, hitting internal security and paramilitary Basij sites. The Israeli military stated that the strikes were aimed at destroying the Iranian regime's command centers and undermining its military capabilities. And joining us live, we have retired Major General Sudhakar, who is a senior geopolitical and strategic expert located in Jaipur. Major General Sudhakar, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. From a military's perspective, what could be the end goal of this war, as Trump has not articulated a clear goal just as of yet? Could it be complicated by the fact that it would be incredibly unpopular to put boots on the ground, to put American boots on the ground domestically in the United States?
Yes, Ruby, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me for your show, and take this opportunity to wish all your viewers and you and everyone in the studio a happy Holi. That is one of the most very important festivals of India. Now, as regards the question which you have raised, the military objective. Yes, to an extent, in your question lies a high degree of ambiguity, but let me clarify that Donald Trump, he himself has stated that his objective would encompass or include the following. First, to prevent Iran from going nuclear, that is to stop the enrichment. Okay, that includes not only the enrichment of uranium, but the infrastructure and the processing, so that Iran is completely not banned, it is prohibited. It should not ever take recourse to, even if it is civil nuclear energy, he will make sure that it doesn't happen. One. Number two, earlier he used to say that he would limit the ballistic missile range, but now he said he will take all steps not to dismantle but to destroy
the infrastructure, the storage facility, the warehouses, the production line, he will destroy. Number 3. The proxies, earlier he had said that funding and supporting wherewithal should be stopped by Iran. He said, no, this time they will be destroyed. 4th thing, there are 4-5 things like this, and he's gone on to say a couple of other issues also. Regime change. Okay, so all these things, although people, they think, I was in international debate yesterday, people think that they are political objective. Political objective is not this. All of them are in some form or other, they are the military objectives. Regime change is a kind of a political, socio-cultural, economic kind of objective. Okay. The political objective, as per me, as per my understanding, should be after 5 weeks or so, whenever it finishes. When is it going to finish? That I will cover after this, if you allow me. Political objective of Donald Trump should be that at the end of 5th week, will he leave Iran in a stable state? Or he will leave it like Iraq or Syria or Libya? That should be the hallmark of maturity and responsibility of a superpower president as a statesman. If he's going for short-term aims, short-term objective, then follow the example that they did in case of Libya. They carried out aerial bombing, and there was a mass-scale uprising of the civilian population, and that is how they could actually call a shot. Is that going to happen in Iran? I'm afraid, as per my assessment, it is not. Iran is a different kind of a society. It's a civilizational country. Neither can be equated with Libya, nor with Venezuela, nor with Syria, nor with any other country. It has got its own identity. People will do well to understand what is it. A theocratic society is deep-rooted, religious in nature, the way of life. Why, I may have said in multiple channels that it is a very centralized kind of a vertical, but they have a decentralized kind of a tree organization. They have the supreme leader. Under the supreme leader, they have multiple layers. Between 7th October 2023 and today, or whenever this attack took place on 28th February, they expected this particular attack. Or between the 12-day conflict of June 2025 and now, they expected that it was coming. So they had taken some recourse to some kind of a very thought-through approaches. Apart from having selected these targets that they resorted to as process of retaliation, they have gone in for dispersion of leadership, creating an architecture or a structure in which the leaders should not stay at one point, creating layers of leadership, 5 different layers. I have been saying 4, but I was corrected by a very eminent speaker yesterday. No, they had created 5 layers. The names were safeguarded, they were not disclosed. Similarly, they had gone in for infrastructures and tunneling below the mountains. USA and Israel, if they use the B-2 bombers, then the bunker busters, they can penetrate 60 meters inside. But they have gone beyond the 60 meters. At the foothill, around 600 meters maybe. They have dug the underground tunnels and bunkers. In that, they have got the defense industry building lined up there, and they create what? They create missiles. They develop drones. When you talk about the missiles, generally most of us are restricted by what is given in Wikipedia and Google. If you Google up how many missiles they have, it shoots up 2,000 to 3,000. No, it is highly wrong. You don't underestimate the enemy right ab initio. You give him the benefit of doubt. Go back in history and timeline. 1984-85 was the year, despite all sanctions, Iran started the process of missile manufacturing. Every month they had an objective of 30. They couldn't reach. They were just about 10 odd missiles per month. But by about the Iran-Iraq war, 82-88, they were reaching very close to 100. And by early 1990, they reached a target of 100, more than 100 per month, and thereby making it 3,600 every year. From 1990 till 2025, if you calculate December 2025, 35 long years, multiply by 3,500 or 600, see how many it comes to.
Major General, please keep that thought as we move to our next story. Please don't go very far. Iran will hold a 3-day state funeral for its supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike on the 28th of February last month. The funeral will begin at 10 p.m. local time, with members of the public invited to pay their final respects at the Imam Khomeini Grand Mosque in Tehran. Khamenei, who was 86 years old, will be reportedly buried in his hometown of Mashhad in northeastern Iran. In another significant development, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the late supreme leader, has reportedly elected to succeed his father as Iran's next supreme leader. Sources close to the matter have revealed that the Assembly of Experts has chosen Mojtaba, a long-time contender for the role. Mojtaba, aged 56, is the second eldest son of Ayatollah Khamenei and has long been viewed as a potential successor. Meanwhile, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has issued a warning threatening to assassinate any leader who successfully replaces Ayatollah Khamenei. Katz has stated that any Iranian leader who continues Khamenei's policies against Israel, the US, and the free world will be considered a target for assassination. Joining us again live, we have retired Major General Sadaka, who is a senior geopolitical and strategic expert in Jaipur. Now, just on a note that you were making before, Major General, as a political objective, do you believe that Trump would accept a toned-down version of the Islamic regime's leadership that would be willing to bend to his demands, similar to what we see in Venezuela now with Delcy Rodriguez? Would Trump accept that as an end outcome, as Ayatollah Khamenei's son has now been chosen as the supreme leader?
Absolutely spot on. There is no other option, Ruby. You see, in your question lies the answer, I must say. You see, what are the options? Option is to root out regime. Can they root out the regime in Iran? Nobody can root out or eradicate or eliminate the regime. That means they haven't understood the meaning of regime. It is so deep rooted. It is a way of life. It goes down in the structure towards the 31 provinces. Each province has got number of districts. Between the districts and provinces, they have got counties. At every level, they have got people of IRGC. They have got religious mullahs and clerics. Islamic structures are based on the religion, right down to the level. It is a way of life. In times of the economic distress, they may have fallen apart within the boundaries of Iran. They may have had difference of opinion, divided society. But look at the composition, 27% in rural areas who were pro-regime prior to this incident, almost 73% in the urban areas. Predominantly out of 73%, I was told it's around 56% who were pro-regime. But now what has happened? Any such country, civilizational country, subjected to attack from external forces, actually the attack from external forces acts as a trigger. It ignites the passion of nationalism. It binds the people together. And today, you look at Iran, all the fence-sitters, they are pro-regime. All those people who are against the figures may not be correct. It has to be corroborated. But majority, look at the way they have been murdered. Nobody will be, even the enemy of the greatest enemy within Iran itself will not be prepared to accept. Now coming to what is the solution? The solution is who blinks first. Is it USA, Israel? They will blink first, or Iran will blink? Iran, knowing Iran and having studied Iran in detail, I am convinced that they will not raise their arms. They will not surrender ever. They will rather die than surrendering before these external forces. So therefore, what are the options? The options are have a via media negotiated stance. What is the negotiated stance is something which you have just alluded to, or down somebody who will listen to someone who will listen to the religious needs, somebody who will go along with the traditional and historical practices of Iran. That is the best option available at the moment. There are people, apart from, they may threaten, they may kill him, they may assassinate this new man coming. But there are 5 more who are waiting. So you can't stop the religious practices. Therefore, theocracy has to be understood in holistic form. Only then they can find a lasting solution.
Of course. Major General Sadaka, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. It's been a pleasure. Now to our next story, an Israeli airstrike has hit Hezbollah's bastion in the southern suburbs of Lebanon's Beirut following an evacuation order from the Israeli army. The strike is part of a series of deadly raids that have targeted several locations in Beirut, including a neighborhood near the presidential palace, as well as areas south of the capital and the city of Baalbek in eastern Lebanon. At least 11 people have been reported dead so far. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces have redeployed the 146th Reserve Division to the western part of the Lebanon border. The redeployment is reportedly part of efforts to strengthen defense and readiness in the northern sector. Since Hezbollah joined the conflict on Monday, the IDF has struck over 250 targets in Lebanon. These strikes have included senior terror operatives, rocket launchers, and weapons depots belonging to Hezbollah and other militant groups. Joining us live, we have retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi, who is a defense analyst in New Delhi. Gigi Dwivedi, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. Now, Hezbollah was initially formed by discontented Palestinian refugees in southern Lebanon. Could we see these strikes work in Hezbollah's favour as civilians in southern Lebanon have to deal with these strikes coming in from Israel?
Well, Ruby, thank you very much for having me on your show. Let me start with a little correction. The Hezbollah was actually created by the Shia clerics in Lebanon and with the full support of the clerics in Iran. And it was in 1982 that Hezbollah was created, because that's the time when Israel invaded Lebanon. So this outfit was created. And this is not the only outfit created by Iran and the Shia clerics. There are others as well. One is the Houthis who are operating in Yemen, and of course Hamas is the ones which are in Gaza, and that's the war that has been going on since 7th October 2023. Now coming to Lebanon per se, the Lebanon front have been active, as I said, since 1982, and the Hezbollah are a force to reckon with. They are possibly the most formidable of the three proxies that Iran has created. Their strength varies from 30 to 50,000, and their rocket arsenal exceeds about 100,000. And they have taken on the Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, I teach this subject as a professor on West Asia. In 2006, that's the time when the major operation which undertook across the Litani River for almost 34 days. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is not a new front that has opened up. It keeps popping up time and again. But the Hezbollah became very active after the Hamas attack on 7th October 2023 on Israel, because to show their solidarity with the Hamas and also further the Iranian proxies in this region. Now, because they have been created by Iranian Shia clerics, so they obviously have to rise to the occasion when the masters are facing the wrath of America and Israel combined. So these proxies will also come into play, and that's exactly what has happened. And this is where the Israeli Northern Front is actually the one which now is under threat as hitherto. Now Israelis have a very formidable policy. They have deployed their 146th division. That's the one which is responsible for the defense of the northern borders. But 2-3 points which merit consideration for the viewers. First and foremost, Hezbollah has a kind of a zone where they are deeply embedded. They have very formidable fortifications, and they also have influence in the region. And they also fight from the built-up areas. That's why when the Israelis retaliate, there are also civilian casualties as a collateral, and that creates a lot of human rights issues. So the point is that in time to come, you'll see Hezbollah will be very active on the Israelis' northern front. Lebanon south will be once again a scene of skirmishes, but this is also a major issue for the government in Lebanon, because willy-nilly they will get drawn to this conflict. So therefore, all I can say is that Hezbollah will be active now because the masters are under serious security threat and all under aggression. And this Lebanon front will see a lot of violence and activities in time to come. Ruby.
Major General Gigi Dwivedi, please don't go far as we move to our next story. The United States has ordered non-emergency government employees and family members to leave its consulates in Lahore and Karachi due to escalating security risks. The US State Department cited the ongoing threat of drone and missile attacks from Iran and significant disruptions to commercial flights in the region following the outbreak of hostilities between the US and Iran on February 28th. The order comes after violent demonstrations in Pakistan protesting US-Israeli strikes in Iran, which left 23 dead. The advisory also warned Americans about the fluid security environment, including risks of terrorism and violent extremism in the country. Joining us again live, we have retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi, who is a defence analyst in New Delhi. Major General, how could this new war between Iran, the US and Israel impact the current open war that has been declared between Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Well, Ruby, we need to take an overview exactly as to what is happening in Pakistan. See, Pakistan has been in state of instability for quite some time to come, and there are a couple of reasons for that. First and foremost, there is internal turbulence in Pakistan because there are minority areas, whether you take Balochistan or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or even Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These minorities have been up in the arms against the Pakistan defense forces because they have been marginalized and they have been actually traumatized. And that's why Balochistan Liberation Army in Balochistan and Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they have been acting and taking heavy toll on the Pakistan defense forces. Now, coupled with that is the conflict that is on between Afghanistan and Pakistan, because if you go back point in time, the Taliban came back to power in August 2021. But Pakistan thought they'll have now a favorable regime because they helped the Taliban to come to power and defeat American forces, but that has not happened. And because Taliban have refused to toe the line of Pakistan, so therefore this border conflict is on between Pakistan and Afghanistan. They have a border of about 2,600 kilometers along the Durand line, which has not been accepted as the border by Afghanistan. So these Afghanistan Pashtuns and also the Pashtun within Pakistan, they do not accept the Durand line. And now these hostilities actually have been escalated in last couple of days because Pakistan undertook strikes on Afghanistan, and Pakistan always has tried to use force and intimidate the Taliban, which has not happened. So Taliban also has retaliated and they have attacked number of Pakistani posts, and also they are striking deep through the drones into Pakistan territory. And coupled with this is the Iran and war that is going on between US and Israel and Iran, because Pakistan also has a very high density of Shia population, almost 30-40 million Shias are there, and they have been protesting on the assassination of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini, and that's why there was a protest on the consulate of America in Karachi, where almost 27-28 protesters lost their lives, and similar threat is there in Lahore as well. So I think American government has given right advisory that all the people who are non-essentials in these consulates and embassies, they are advised to leave because they can be actually the target or the victim of the violence that is going on. So in sum, I can say that Pakistan is in serious internal turmoil. It is fighting on multiple fronts. Its own minorities, that is in Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It is fighting the Afghanistan forces, and also the internal dissent by the Shia community against what's going on in Iran. Ruby.
Major General Gigi Dwivedi, thank you so much for coming on our show today, and may I wish you a very happy Holi. Now to our next story. According to reports, OpenAI is developing a new code hosting platform to rival Microsoft's GitHub, according to a report from The Information. Reports suggest that the decision to create the platform came after engineers at OpenAI experienced frequent disruptions with GitHub, affecting service availability. Although the project is still in its early stages, but it's expected to complete in several months. Meanwhile, there are considerations to offer the code repository for purchase to OpenAI's customer base. And that's all we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work?
Hello and welcome. I'm Rashan Gidwani, and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines for this hour. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has formally declared full control over the Strait of Hormuz, enforcing a naval blockade on all oil tankers. Tehran has warned that any vessel attempting to defy the shutdown will be set on fire, leaving nearly 20% of the world's daily crude supply at an absolute standstill. Israeli jets have expanded their Lebanon campaign, striking the Hazmieh district near Beirut's presidential palace and several foreign embassies. The strike on the Comfort Hotel and surrounding residential blocks signals a new phase of the war, targeting Iranian-aligned leadership in areas previously considered neutral. The Saudi Defense Ministry confirmed the interception of 2 cruise missiles over the Al-Kharj district south of Riyadh today. Additionally, 9 attack drones were destroyed after entering Saudi airspace, as Iran continues to target U.S. military assets and diplomatic missions across the Arabian Peninsula. The Israeli Air Force confirmed that an F-351 Adir has shot down an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet over Tehran, marking the first ever air-to-air kill of a manned aircraft by an F-35. The engagement took place during a massive aerial blitz targeting internal security command centers and missile launchers across the Iranian capital. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercut his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including readying a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has formally barred the United States from using joint military bases at Rota and Moron for strikes against Iran. Sanchez stated the government's position in 4 words: no to the war, despite threats from President Trump to sever all trade with Madrid. This marks the most significant diplomatic rift within NATO since the conflict began, as European allies voiced growing concern over the unilateral nature of the U.S.-Israeli offensive. President Emmanuel Macron has ordered the deployment of the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to the eastern Mediterranean to assist in the evacuation of thousands of stranded French citizens. While Macron has remained critical of the scale of the strikes on Tehran, the move represents an escalation of European military presence intended to protect sovereign interests and facilitate repatriation flights from Egypt and the UAE amid the total collapse of commercial aviation. And here are the top stories for the hour. Saudi Arabia has intercepted a drone attack targeting the Ras Tanura refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East. The Defense Ministry said the attack did not cause any damage. This follows an earlier strike on Monday, which led to a fire and halted some operations located on the kingdom's Gulf Coast. The Ras Tanura facility is a crucial part of Saudi Arabia's energy sector, with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day. Gulf states have accused Tehran of targeting energy sites in the region, following a wave of Iranian missile attacks since the U.S. and Israel launched airstrikes against Iran. Meanwhile, Qatar has intercepted an attack by 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles launched from Iran. The assault took place early in the morning, with Qatar's air defense forces engaging the threats. The air defense forces downed 6 drones, while the Air Force intercepted 2 drones and both cruise missiles. The Navy also took out the remaining drones. The Qatar Ministry of Defense has assured the public of the armed forces' ability to protect the country against external threats and urged citizens to remain calm and follow official guidance. And now joining us is Dr. John Harrison, Fellow at RSDI from Abu Dhabi. Sir, let's dive right in. What do you believe is the capability of the Gulf to essentially knock out all these missiles and drones, and for how long will these capabilities last? Please.
Sean, thank you for the opportunity. Certainly, the members of the GCC have shown that the years of investment in their air defense systems and the upgrades that have been going on for the last number of years have been very effective. Certainly, for the foreseeable future, there will be more than enough reserves in place that they can, in fact, take on the Iranian strikes that are going on. Certainly, no one is suggesting that if this goes on for years and years, they would not have to be restocked. But certainly for the foreseeable future, all of the countries are well prepared and are able to certainly handle with the resources they have available, both the missiles and obviously with a little more of a challenge, but certainly with the UAVs as well.
Please stay with us, sir. We'll be right back with you. Now, moving on, Iran's judiciary chief Gholam Hossein Mohseni has said that those who accompany the enemy in any way are considered to be among the enemies and must be dealt with decisively and severely. The comments by Gholam Mohseni come with the Middle East war in its 5th day after U.S.-Israeli strikes first hit Iran on last week. Listen in.
به هر نحوی از آنها الان همراهی بکنن اینا جزو دشمن محسوب میشه. الان می‌بینید زمان جنگ هستش. اعلام جنگ کردن رسمی. جنگ را شروع کردن. اگر کسانی هر لفظی هر عملی که در راستای با خواست این دشمن جنایتکار یعنی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونی باشه انجام بدن اونها در خط دشمن هستن و باید با همون مبانی انقلابی و اسلامی و در زمان جنگ با اونها برخورد بشه که
And now joining us again is Dr. John Harrison, fellow at RSDI, joining us from Abu Dhabi. Sir, in your own words, what exactly does this mean? Must be dealt with decisively and severely. Do you have any context onto the extent of which the enemy must be dealt with decisively and severely, please?
Well, Rashan, what they're certainly talking about is both external opponents to the regime, both members of the potential members of the GCC and obviously the Israelis and the Americans. But also there has been clear evidence that the regime itself, to the very highest levels, has been penetrated by Israeli intelligence. And this is not just in the lead up to this strike, but certainly for the last decade, Israeli intelligence has been able to operate seemingly at will across Iran. So it seems like the regime itself has some major problems with counterintelligence. And I think what they're trying to say is that anybody who they accuse of being on against the regime is certainly, from their perspective, on the wrong side of history, and will be dealt with whatever the appropriate measures are. But it looks like there's considerable opposition within the country and also within the senior leadership. So I'm not sure how effective any response like that will actually be.
With the supreme leader now essentially dead and out of the picture and out of the question, how do you believe that Iran will rebuild, please?
Well, certainly he's not essentially dead. He is dead.
Yes.
But what we do know, I think, is that no matter what happens with this strike, the Iranian regime as we know it is finished. What that looks like after the war is obviously remains to be seen. But it is going to be facing fundamental and existential change. And while they have been preparing for this for the last 47 years, certainly I don't think they were prepared at all for the swiftness of the strike and the fact that the regime has been so penetrated. We've seen opposition protests over the last number of years. Some have been very big at times, and the leadership has been able to use violence to remain in power. But that doesn't seem to be anything that they're going to be able to maintain for any length of time. So the regime will change. What that means and what that looks like is at this point unknown.
In your opinion, who do you think will essentially come to aid of Iran? I know Iran has done business with China. Essentially, their oil exports do go to China. But will China jump into the equation here with the threat of the U.S.? Who do you think will help them out when they're planning to rebuild?
Correct. I mean, there are two nations that obviously will be important to Iran at this stage and anything in the future. You mentioned China already, and Russia as well. Neither is going to be in a position that they can do much in terms of conventional military support. It doesn't mean neither nation can actually provide some sort of political or material support to Iran, but it's going to be very difficult for them. Both will need to do something to show potential allies and partners around the world that aligning with China and Russia will actually have a benefit of some sort. Any reconstruction of Iran and what that's going to look like it's pure speculation at this point. Who's going to be involved in that, and much of that will be up to whomever is part of whatever coalition develops, and also what the Iranian government that would come in after this would say.
Whilst I have you as well, I'd love your thoughts on what's happened in Texas. A very unfortunate incident with a man essentially wearing an Iranian flag shirt has essentially, I'll stop using the word essentially, but has murdered some civilians in Texas. Do you have any words on that situation, please?
I haven't seen the details of the situation, so I probably can't comment in detail. But generally speaking, we have certainly seen around the world protests. There are very strong emotions on both sides of the issue. So it would not be unexpected that both Iran as a state would try to use proxies both in the region and across the world, but also individuals who feel a particular loyalty to the regime may take action upon themselves. So I don't think this will be the last time we see something like this. The question will always be, is this supported and directed from a state, or is this an individual actor who is willing to take on these violent acts to advance whatever cause they particularly have?
Okay. Please stay with us, sir. We'll be right back with you. And now we have some breaking news coming in. Bodies recovered from Iranian frigate off Sri Lanka's coast. A Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson has said bodies suspected to be those of crew members have been recovered in an ongoing rescue operation for the crew of an Iranian military ship that made a distress call just outside the island's territorial waters earlier. The spokesperson said they could not give details on the number of dead. Reportedly, 32 people were rescued from the vessel and are receiving treatment in hospital. The spokesperson said, adding that they did not observe any other ships in the area. Moving on, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations has expressed serious concern over the escalating conflict in the Middle East, which has seen increased violence following U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran and retaliatory strikes by Iran on several Gulf states. ASEAN emphasized that these attacks have exacerbated tensions, endangering the safety of civilians and posing significant threats to regional and global peace and stability. The statement also noted that the escalation, which began on February 28, 2026, occurred despite ongoing diplomatic efforts, including mediation initiatives by Oman aimed at finding a peaceful solution. ASEAN has called on all parties involved to adhere to international law, particularly the United Nations Charter, in a bid to de-escalate the situation and prevent further harm. And now joining us is Alison Mutler, former AP Bureau Chief in Romania. Ma'am, how do you believe these countries will essentially find a consensus in the Middle East and beyond? Of course, now ASEAN has essentially voiced their disgust and disinterest in this ongoing regional war that we've seen break out in the Middle East. Who do you think has to take the lead here? Do you believe it's President Donald Trump? Who else could it be? Please.
Well, I think it's necessary for ASEAN to make a statement. They're mainly Southeast Asian countries, so there are some distance from the conflict, but Iran is in Asia and it is in their neighborhood, if you like, more than the European Union. So it's important what they say. But at the moment, these are just diplomatic statements. They're ticking boxes. It's very hard to know how things will unravel. Well, unravel they are, how things will develop in this situation. It does seem to be quite unpredictable, and we're getting conflicting messages from the US. Rubio, State Secretary, said that Israel had pushed America into making the strikes now, whereas Donald Trump said that the America had pushed Israel into making them. So it's very unclear who's kind of what the aim and the end goals of the United States and Israel are. We've heard, a question of weeks, but it could become an open-ended conflict. It is creating a lot of instability. So it is expected for ASEAN to make a statement like this. I don't think it will make much difference. I think Donald Trump and Israel, the Trump administration, Israel will do as they please. But this does affect the whole globe. In Europe, for example, gasoline prices have gone up. I'm sure the same is true in Asian countries as well. There are supply chains, all kinds of repercussions that could happen because of this. So it is necessary that international organizations, particularly one like ASEAN, which is broadly speaking in the region, to make a statement. But I don't think it will affect the policies or the aims of Donald Trump and Israel.
Who do you believe needs to step up then in ASEAN? Like you mentioned, they're just ticking boxes. Do you believe that any countries in particular need to send aid to the Middle East?
Always, humanitarian aid is always a welcome step. And that doesn't mean political or military involvement, because I don't think these countries want to have any. Of course, they don't have any political or military involvement. They just want everyone to come back to the negotiating table. They don't want to take sides. But there is a question of international law has been violated here. So there is that. The only other way it can happen are sort of bilaterals. If one of the countries in ASEAN has good ties with one of the Iran or Israel. Although that's very hard to say, if they could influence that. But I really don't see, except for keeping up the pressure and if there are particular economic interests that could have an impact. But other than that, I don't see at the moment. I see Iran and the United States at this moment, 4 days into the conflict, now 5 days, just going full steam ahead. And I don't think they're listening to anyone, to be honest.
Please stay with us. We'll be right back with you. On March 1st, 2026, 4 U.S. soldiers tragically lost their lives in a drone attack at the port of Shuaibah, Kuwait, while supporting Operation Epic Fury. Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor, Sergeant Declan Cody, Captain Cody Cork, and Sergeant First Class Noah Thetgens were killed in the unmanned aircraft system attack. The attack has raised concerns about the ongoing dangers faced by military personnel in the region. Photos of the fallen soldiers were released by the United States Army Reserve Command on March 3, 2026, honoring their service and sacrifice. Next up, Spain has expressed surprise at Germany's comments on the escalating trade tensions caused by Trump. The German statement highlighted the growing unease over the U.S. president's aggressive stance, particularly regarding Spain's trade relations with the U.S. and the European Union. Spanish officials are now seeking clarification on Germany's position and its potential impact on EU unity. As Spain awaits further clarification from Germany, the European Union faces a critical juncture. The outcome of these discussions could shape the future of European-United States trade relations and the EU's cohesiveness in the face of Trump's unpredictable policies. Joining us now again is Alison Mutler, former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joining us from Bucharest. Ma'am, how do you believe the EU will essentially find a consensus? Do you believe that they'll be further split up? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the EU was rather left out of this equation. It was blindsided. EU leaders, I think Merz only had 4 minutes warning that the US Israeli strikes were about to occur on Iran. So that there was a bit of scrambling for the first day, the second day to come up with a cohesive position. And it seems now that Spain has taken its own stance. Sanchez is a socialist leader, so therefore he has no political common ground with Donald Trump. And he said that this is illegal and he will not allow the United States to use their bases. So he's made a very clear statement, whereas the other countries in Europe have tried to take a more nuanced position because they don't want to ostracize the United States. And also, I think they want to keep the relationship with the United States, but also try and keep the EU bloc together. And that also includes Britain, which is not in the EU, but it is in NATO. And so the idea that Merz, of course, he was on visit to Washington. He is, a guest of Donald Trump. So he was going to say things that are pleasing to Donald Trump. But we already are seeing, a lack of divisions within the European Union. And Spain is a fairly big play within the European Union. Of course, Germany is the biggest in terms of population and also in terms of its economy and military. But yes, we're seeing divisions. It's very, very messy what's happening. These may blow over, but obviously there's certain European nations, I think particularly Germany, that wants, and Britain as well, that wants to keep good relations with the United States. But by the same token, concerned about what is happening because it is unprecedented. Does it violate international law? But they want to provide some kind of support without themselves becoming targets, because Iran itself threatened Europe yesterday. If they do get involved, they will become legitimate targets. And Europe certainly doesn't want that. Europe wants the focus to be honest, to come back to Ukraine. That's what they want. And it's not going to while this war rages. It will be on the back burner. It's not a central issue. And meanwhile, Russia, of course, is attacking Ukraine, and that hasn't been solved. And Europe wants to get back to that issue, not the Iran issue. But it doesn't want to alienate Donald Trump or America. Spain has taken a slightly different position. Trump said, right, we're cutting all trade ties. That he could come around tomorrow, the next day, the next week. We know what Trump's like. He says something and then he comes back and says, no, I didn't really mean that. And I said that, then I mean something else now. So let's just see whether this blows over or whether it does. There are deep divisions within the EU, but I think the EU and of course Britain as well will want to try and stay together in one bloc, because together they are stronger, and when they are separate, they are weaker.
Thank you for those insights. Next up, Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to hold talks with Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó later today to discuss Ukraine's alleged blackmail of Slovakia and Hungary over oil supplies. The Ukrainian Druzhba oil pipeline, which delivers Russian oil to these countries, was severely damaged in a Russian attack in late January, and Kyiv has stated that repairs will not be swift. Both Hungary and Slovakia have accused Ukraine of intentionally delaying the repairs for political reasons. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov confirmed that Putin would address the matter with Szijjártó, who is a frequent visitor to Moscow. This ongoing issue highlights the tense energy dynamics in the region, with European countries increasingly caught in the crossfire of geopolitical tensions. And now joining us is retired Major General Sudhakarji, Senior Strategic and International Affairs Expert, joining us from Jaipur. Sir, already the geopolitical tensions in the world are rising. They are escalating. Essentially, getting oil to every country in the world now seems almost impossible. How do you believe these talks will play out between Hungary and Russia? And do you believe that Ukraine did blackmail the oil pipeline, or they are delaying the repairs of the oil pipeline? What are your thoughts, please?
Roshan, good evening. Thank you for inviting me for your show, and take the opportunity to wish you, your family, everyone in the studio, and the viewers a happy Holi, that being one of the main festivals of India. Coming straight to your question, things are pretty tough now. We all know what is happening in the Middle East. Lots of pressure on the energy security world over. Strait of Hormuz. Little while back, I heard you covering it's already closed, and 20% of energy that passes through Strait of Hormuz is getting coming under pressure. Production centers, economic centers in the Arab world, or the GCC, are under attack. So under these circumstances, when we turn our head and look towards Central Europe, the two countries, Hungary and Slovakia, that you have just mentioned, to me as a military man, the bell has started ringing, bell of alarm. So when I say that alarm, I'm not as an alarmist, but prevention is better than cure. We have to handle with caution and care. Otherwise, this could be a new front opening up. It may turn out to be very dangerous against Ukraine if it is not handled with diplomacy and dialogue, and with deft handling. I foresee multiple options, more than one option. First and foremost thing, I do suspect there is a foul play from Kyiv. It is quite natural, given the sequence of events. It is natural that Ukraine would have actually delayed the thing, or trying to develop a narrative so as to justify why this delay is taking place. And further delay also may be expected in times ahead. One, second, Putin is taking the right kind of initiative in earnest, is trying to resolve it. Let's see how far, but I don't foresee it will take us to any substantive way ahead. Therefore, it will be appropriate to consider the worst case scenario and be prepared for it. The worst case scenario is, despite best efforts, when Kyiv is not yielding and giving any result and repairing the mishap. So in that case, there may be a third party intervention would be required. So which is that third party? That is the one which is to be looked for in the instant case. Otherwise, maybe I am going to the ultimate extreme. For all you care, it may not reach up to that stage. It may take a turnaround and get resolved in the shortest possible time. But we need to keep the fire on and keep the process of diplomacy and dialogue in earnest. Let it continue. Try to resolve the issue peacefully as early as possible. Otherwise, the issue needs to be raised up the ladder, bringing relevant stakeholders into the scene so that they can intervene, and the crisis which is emerging out of short supply of oil can be addressed in a comprehensive manner.
Thank you very much for those insights, sir. And of course, from all of us to you, happy Holi. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ruby Barlow and you're watching the report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. The US military commander in the Middle East said American forces had struck nearly 2,000 targets so far in Iran as part of the largest firepower buildup in the region in a generation. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has targeted northern Israel's Haifa naval base in response to the Israeli military's ongoing strikes against the Iran-backed movement's strongholds in Lebanon, including the southern suburbs of Beirut. The United States has started facilitating charter flights from a number of countries in the Middle East for US citizens stranded in the region as Washington's joint military strikes with Israel on Iran have severely disrupted air travel. The move came 4 days after the US-Israeli air war began on Iran. Britain is deploying HMS Dragon, an air defence destroyer, to Cyprus after the runway of its Akrotiri base was hit by an Iranian-made drone. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was sending the naval vessel along with helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. President Emmanuel Macron has said France is sending its aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to the Mediterranean and working to build a coalition that would help secure maritime traffic imperiled by the escalating crisis in the Middle East. Macron said that action needed to be taken with the Straits of Hormuz closed and the Suez Canal, and Red Sea shipping routes threatened by the widening conflict. The dollar rallied to a 3-month high in early trading in Asia, with investors retreating from the euro as the growing conflict in the Middle East sparked fears of a sustained rise in energy prices. The euro traded down, extending losses into a third day after earlier hitting its weakest since late November. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after publicly released files undercut his claims when he had severed ties with him. Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Ruby Barlow. Today we go beyond the battlefield to the explosive fallout between the United States and its oldest allies. From the Strait of Hormuz to the corridors of Madrid, the Trump doctrine is being met with unprecedented defiance. So the big question, is this the decisive blow that ends Tehran's regional hegemony, or is the dismantling of the old alliance map triggering a collapse into total ungovernable war? As the supreme leader's power falters and the Strait of Hormuz sees rising tensions, cracks appear in the Western alliance. Donald Trump declares, "We can reach you," with Spain facing an embargo and London mocked from the Oval Office. The real concern is whether the old world order can survive Trump's influence. The military escalation has been matched by an explosion in diplomatic tensions. During a meeting with the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, President Trump threatened to cut off all trade with Spain. The threat follows the decision by Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez to deny the US use of joint military bases at Rota and Moron for offensive strikes. Sanchez has labelled the campaign a disaster and a breach of international law. Let's listen in to what the Spanish Prime Minister had to say.
Entendemos que los gobiernos estamos aquí para mejorar la vida de la gente, para aportar soluciones a los problemas, no para empeorar la vida de la gente. Y es absolutamente inaceptable que aquellos dirigentes que son incapaces de cumplir con ese cometido usen el humo de la guerra para ocultar su fracaso y llenar de paso los bolsillos de unos pocos, los de siempre. Los únicos que ganan cuando el mundo deja de construir hospitales para construir misiles. Nosotros repudiamos al régimen de Irán, que reprime, que mata vilmente a sus ciudadanos, particularmente a las mujeres, pero al mismo tiempo rechazamos este conflicto y pedimos una solución diplomática y política. Algunos nos van a acusar de ser ingenuos por hacerlo, pero lo ingenuo es pensar que la solución es la violencia. Ingenuo es creer que las democracias o el respeto entre naciones brotan de las ruinas. La guerra de Irak generó un aumento drástico del terrorismo yihadista, una grave crisis migratoria en el Mediterráneo oriental y un incremento generalizado de los precios de la energía y, por tanto, también de la cesta de la compra, del coste de la vida.
Trump, citing Spain's failure to meet the 5% GDP defense spending target, has instructed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to sever all business dealings with Madrid. The Spanish government responded by noting that any trade embargo must respect EU-US bilateral agreements and international law. The rift extends to London. President Trump has publicly criticised Prime Minister Keir Starmer for his initial refusal to allow US planes to launch strikes from the British base at Diego Garcia. Trump remarked to reporters that Starmer is no Winston Churchill, expressing frustration that the denial of airspace forced US pilots to fly many extra hours. Let's listen in to what US President had to say.
I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill.
Starmer has defended his position, telling Parliament that the UK does not believe in regime change from the skies and must learn from the errors of the 2003 Iraq War. While the UK has since deployed the HMS Dragon and helicopters to Cyprus following a drone attack on the RAF base, the diplomatic dispute remains unresolved. France has taken the most proactive stance in distancing itself from the US-Israeli operation. President Emmanuel Macron has deployed the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to the Mediterranean to protect EU assets independently. Macron stated unequivocally that the strikes on Iran were carried out outside international law and cannot be approved by Paris. Let's listen in to what the French president had to say.
La guerre s'étend au Liban, à partir duquel le Hezbollah a commis la faute majeure de frapper Israël et de mettre les Libanais en danger. Israël serait en train de décider une opération terrestre. Ce serait là aussi une escalade dangereuse et une erreur stratégique. Le Hezbollah doit impérativement cesser toute frappe. Et j'appelle Israël à respecter le territoire libanais et son intégrité. J'ai donné ordre que le porte-avions Charles de Gaulle, ses moyens aériens, son escorte de frégates fassent route vers la Méditerranée.
While he blamed Iran for the broader crisis and recognized the grave mistake of Hezbollah's recent strikes on Israel, Macron warned that an Israeli ground operation in Lebanon would be a strategic error. France is now leading a coalition to secure maritime routes in the region without formal coordination with Washington. As the conflict enters this critical phase, the regional impact is widening. Lebanon is facing a massive displacement crisis as Israel targets Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters, killing top official Hussein Makhled. Meanwhile, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran has halted global oil shipments, prompting Trump to announce potential US Navy escorts for tankers. The core question remains, can the Trump administration achieve its stated goal of regime change and nuclear disarmament without the cooperation of its largest allies? With European capitals asserting their own defence autonomy, the global power structure is being tested as much as the battlefields of Tehran. Now, joining us, we have Mohammed Osman, who is a Middle East expert located in Cairo. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us today. First question to you. Given the increasing rift between the US and key European allies, what long-term effects do you foresee on transatlantic relations, especially regarding military cooperation and economic ties?
Thank you for having me, Ruby. Always a pleasure to be with you and on NewsX World. I think this is being blown out of proportion because there is no symmetry here between the United States and its European allies. Question number one, does the United States need the Europeans to achieve its objectives in its war of aggression against Iran? The short answer is no, a big fat no. They do not need the Europeans, they do not need their military assets, they do not need even their intelligence assets. They do have their own, the United States forces, and its capabilities is way bigger than the capabilities of the Europeans combined. And in addition to that, of course, the United States has Israel on its side in this war. Both militaries, or both countries, the US and Israel, maintain militaries that are way more robust and powerful than the militaries of Europe at this point, which have been underfunded over the past few decades, actually. So no, in terms of Iran, they do not really need them. However, politically, any potential joining of forces by the Europeans with the Americans and the Israelis in this war against Iran will give it more, shed on it a light of legitimacy of some sort, or will give it broader legitimacy, given that this war is an unprovoked, flagrant violation of international law and an attack on a sovereign country. No matter what our opinions are on the Iranian regime, which I despise personally. However, I do believe that carrying out such unilateral military actions jeopardizes regional stability and indeed has drowned the Middle East region in a state of regional warfare, and also is to the detriment of concepts such as international law, especially the concept of state sovereignty. The Europeans at this point, of course, are approaching this very cautiously. Britain has backed down partially and allowed the United States to use its bases in the region in targeting Iran, and also they announced their defensive participation to shoot down missiles and drones that target the Gulf states and even Israel. France has been even more assertive, even though President Macron wants to distance himself from the American military operation, yet he is deploying an aircraft carrier, France's only aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, to the Eastern Mediterranean along with its carrier group, and has deployed Rafale jets to the United Arab Emirates because there is a French military base there that was targeted by an Iranian drone. And it seems that France is participating as well in the defensive efforts to shoot down drones and missiles. However, if the closure of the Straits of Hormuz persists and the economic conditions continue deteriorating in Europe due to the huge spike, Ruby, of energy prices in Europe due to the closure of the Straits of Hormuz and Iran's targeting of the oil and gas infrastructure in the Gulf, maybe this will push the Europeans to even intervene directly in offensive operations against the Iranians. So this situation is spiraling out of control, and the United States, it seems, and Israel as well, are willing to take it all the way to attempt in their effort in attempting to achieve the objectives of this war, no matter what the cost is to the region or to the to their European allies.
Now, Mohammed, France's decision to distance itself from the US-Israeli operation reflects its growing defense autonomy. What does this mean for the future of European influence on global security matters?
This has been historically the stance of France. Charles de Gaulle, President de Gaulle himself, for example, withdrew France from NATO, and France stayed for a number of years out of NATO back in the day because they always wanted to assert their defense autonomy, being the only nuclear power, one of two nuclear powers in Europe, basically. And also France has always distanced itself from the United States adventures abroad, especially military adventures in the Middle East. France staunchly opposed during the presidency of Jacques Chirac the US invasion of Iraq, and along with Germany's Chancellor Schroeder back then, they put up a very strong resistance to the US invasion of Iraq and opposed it, and even at France threatened to veto a resolution in the UN Security Council that was supposed to legalize this illegal invasion of Iraq back then. So this is not something new. France has always asserted its autonomy. This changed slightly after the Ukraine war, when France, of course, during the Biden administration, had to abide by the EU and submit to US leadership of the coalition against Russia back then in backing Ukraine. However, now with President Trump's pivoting on the Ukraine issue to a more neutral stance, being more of a mediator rather than a party to the conflict by proxy, this angered the French and made them eager to attempt to assume a leadership position within NATO and the European security structure to lead a more autonomous defense policy, not only for France, but attempting to establish such defense autonomy led by France in the European sphere, something that Germany, for example, resists and competes with France over and prefers to maintain links with the United States in this regard, because the Germans know that Europe on its own does not have the military capabilities that would allow it to be defensively autonomous. So when it comes to the situation in Iran, this is a manifestation of this. It's a low-cost stance by the French at this point. They are taking measures in order to ensure that they are present in the region, that they can take part in the region in the hostilities if need be to protect French interests, while at the same time not binding themselves by the US-Israeli objective of this war, which is the degradation of Iran's military capabilities, its nuclear program, and even regime change.
Now, Mohammed, the UK and Spain have both openly resisted Trump's foreign policy moves, but what does this defiance indicate about the limits of US power in shaping global geopolitics?
Let's begin with the UK, because the UK actually is an argument against the limitations of US power within Europe, actually, because at first Prime Minister Starmer was skeptical about the idea of entering. At least that's what is being publicly announced. Who knows what goes on behind the scenes? Because the UK has been very reluctant, especially Starmer. He is very reluctant to engage in this because he fears the very dark legacy of the last Labour Prime Minister in the United Kingdom, Tony Blair, who basically his entire legacy was tarnished, even though he accomplished a lot as a Prime Minister, was tarnished by the United Kingdom joining the US aggression against Iraq back then in 2003 and getting sucked into this Iraqi quagmire for about a decade, which caused the death of hundreds of British servicemen. So I think that Starmer fears that he would be following in Tony Blair's footsteps. However, on the other hand, at the end of the day, he gave in. He allowed the United States to use Diego Garcia, to use other bases in the Middle East region as well, and has willingly accepted entering the war defensively, at least, in order to intercept the Iranian missiles and drones. And of course, the Iranians helped London with its decision by unwisely targeting the military base in Cyprus with drones and ballistic missiles. So the UK caved in, and they are giving in to Trump. And I believe eventually they might even enter the war directly in an offensive capacity. Spain, on the other hand, is being much more resistant. It's asserting its independent foreign policy. But to be completely blunt with you, Ruby, Spain doesn't matter. Spain is not a major European power like the United Kingdom or Germany or France. Spain, at best, is on the margin of European politics. The stance of Pedro Sanchez's government on Palestine and on Middle East affairs and his stance against anti-war stance in the Middle East is admirable for me as a Middle Eastern, as an Egyptian. However, at the same time, as a political scientist, I have to acknowledge that they have very, very limited influence in European politics and in geopolitics in general all around the world. So the decision really is not a determinant of any developments on the ground. And President Trump has been lashed back at the Spanish decision very obnoxiously yesterday, I would say, by not only criticizing Spain, by not only assuming or claiming that the United States can use these bases in Spain against the will of the Spanish if they want to, but also he decided to basically impose sanctions on Spain by cutting trade deals and basically placing a trade embargo on Spain. At least that's what we heard him say yesterday in the press conference with Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany. So the US is lashing back because they want everyone to toe the line. And the US's commitment itself to the Euro-Atlantic security structure is questionable now since President Trump has returned to the White House. So basically, none of this is really surprising, Ruby.
Now, last question to you today, Mohammed. Macron's stance on Iran and Hezbollah marks a significant shift in European policy. Could France's independent approach in the Middle East serve as a model for other nations in managing diplomatic tensions? No, it can't, because France has severe limitations. Mm-hmm. Lebanon, France deals with because it sees Lebanon as part of its former sphere of influence, as Lebanon was under French mandate after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. And even during the days of the Ottoman Empire, the Maronites in France were under the protection of the French Empire of Louis Napoleon the Third. Back then, so Napoleon III, excuse me, back then. So the French are trying to reclaim some sort of colonial legacy in Lebanon. However, during the past wars of Lebanon, we have seen how ineffective they were, how Israel openly defied France's intentions and went ahead and bombed Lebanon and occupied Lebanese lands and asserted its will despite France's opposition, and the French could not do anything about it, really. France now is intervening. Probably it could be an intervention against Hezbollah if matters escalate, especially now that it's on a defensive mission to defend
NATO assets in the region. A NATO base, a British base, was attacked in Cyprus. So now, it was attacked by both Iran and Hezbollah. So if Hezbollah, for example, decides to attack again this base or any other base in the region, France might intervene and bomb Hezbollah. So if anything, France's presence could serve the war objectives of both Israel and the United States in this regional war. Ruby and President Macron can go ahead and keep attempting to imitate or reclaim the Napoleonic legacy, which he is nowhere near claiming.
Mm-hmm. Mohammed Osman, thank you so much for your time today and for joining us on Deep Dive. And that was all for this episode of Deep Dive. Please stay tuned for more.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
first thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has formally declared full control over the Strait of Hormuz, enforcing a naval blockade on all oil tankers. Tehran has warned that any vessel attempting to defy the shutdown will be set on fire, leaving nearly 20% of the world's daily crude supply at an absolute standstill. Israeli jets have expanded their Lebanon campaign, striking the Hazmiya district near Beirut's presidential palace and several foreign embassies. The strike on the Comfort Hotel and surrounding residential blocks signals a new phase of the war, targeting Iranian-aligned leadership in areas previously considered neutral. The Saudi Defense Ministry confirmed the interception of 2 cruise missiles over the Al-Kharj district south of Riyadh today. Additionally, 9 attack drones were destroyed after entering Saudi airspace as Iran continues to target US military assets and diplomatic missions across the Arabian Peninsula. The Israeli Air Force confirmed that an F-351 Adir has shot down an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet over Tehran, marking the first ever air-to-air kill of a manned aircraft by an F-35. The engagement took place during a massive aerial blitz targeting internal security command centers and missile launches across the Iranian capital. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has agreed to testify in the congressional inquiry of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former New York financier has faced pressure over his associations with the late Epstein, especially after the public released files undercut his claims of when he had severed ties with him. The Trump administration is quietly building a legal case against Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez, including readying a draft criminal indictment. Federal prosecutors have put together possible corruption and money laundering charges and have communicated to Rodriguez that she is at risk of prosecution unless she continues to comply with Trump's demands. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has formally barred the United States from using joint military bases at Rota and Moron for strikes against Iran. Sanchez stated the government's position in 4 words: no to the war, despite threats from President Trump to sever all trade with Madrid. This marks the most significant diplomatic rift within NATO since the conflict began, as European allies voice growing concern over the unilateral nature of the US-Israeli offensive. President Emmanuel Macron has ordered the deployment of the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to the eastern Mediterranean to assist in the evacuation of thousands of stranded French citizens. While Macron has remained critical of the scale of the strikes on Tehran, the move represents an escalation of European military presence intended to protect sovereign interests and facilitate repatriation flights from Egypt and the UAE amid the total collapse of commercial aviation. And now to a breaking story. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said we can expect more Section 301 and Section 232 studies over the next 150 days in relation to tariffs. He also noted that tariff rates will revert to the previous levels in about 5 months. He announced that an increase to 15% on tariffs is expected sometime this week. On the possibility of a trade embargo with Spain, he stressed that anything that slows down the US's ability to engage in war puts American lives at risk. He also commented on China's vulnerability in energy markets and said the crash of Iran's economy gave the US an opening to act. Finally, he stated that the US will target Iran's ballistic missiles and bunkers in the coming days. Now to the next story. The US Department of State ordered a non-emergency US government employees and their families to leave Qatar due to the growing threat of armed conflict. The US Embassy in Doha continues to maintain shelter-in-place guidance for remaining emergency personnel, advising all Americans to stay inside their homes, hotels, or secure buildings. The embassy also suspended routine consular services. Qatari airspace and maritime routes remain closed, although the Salwa land border crossing to Saudi Arabia remains open. Americans are advised to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program for updates and to take necessary precautions. Russia has accused the United States of using an imaginary threat from Iran as a pretext to overthrow its constitutional order and said Washington's calls for Iranians to seize power from their leaders were cynical and inhumane. Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said the US had used negotiations with Iran, which were taking place as recently as last week, as a cover to disguise for a plan for regime change there. Russia has a strategic partnership treaty with Iran, and President Vladimir Putin has condemned what he called the cynical murder of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed on the first day of the war launched by the US and Israel on Saturday. Let's listen in to what the Russian spokeswoman has said.
Идет разрастание беспрецедентной эскалации напряженности в регионе. Оно стало следствием неспровоцированного, подчеркну, нападения США и Израиля на Иран. Россия самым решительным образом осудила очередную опасную авантюру американо-израильского тандема против Исламской Республики. Подлое убийство главы иранского государства аятоллы Али Хаменеи и ряда представителей высшего военно-политического руководства этой страны. Нет никаких сомнений, что мнимая, как многократно на протяжении многих лет заявлялась, придуманная иранская угроза была лишь предлогом для реализации давно вынашивавшегося плана по насильственному свержению конституционного, подчеркну, строя в неугодном Вашингтону и Тель-Авиву суверенном государстве, опять же, подчеркну, члене Организации Объединенных Наций. А возобновленный переговорный процесс стал операцией прикрытия.
And that was the Russian spokeswoman there, alleging that the United States has made these negotiations in bad faith. Trump had threatened military action after the negotiations finished if he found a bad outcome, but instead the war was started days before the negotiations were expected to finish. These negotiations were taking place in Geneva in Switzerland between the United States and Iran, but instead what we see now is a military confrontation between these powers combined with Israel as well. The war has now reached regional implications and has reached several countries in the region such as Lebanon, Yemen, Oman and the UAE, striking several civilian centres who were previously known for avoiding conflict in the Middle East. Now, of course, this war comes as a tragedy. We've seen several deaths in different countries. Notably, a girls' school in Iran was hit on the first day of the war, killing around 150 schoolgirls. Now, images have been released recently of mass graves being dug for these girls. We've also seen deaths in Israel as well as deaths of American soldiers who were stationed at American bases in the United States. Of course, all civilian deaths in a war are a tragedy, and every death lost is tragic. Could we see a return to negotiations and a peaceful solution to this war? It remains to be seen. The Iranian side has said that there is no possibility of a return to negotiations, as they have lost a very large portion of their leadership. Around 40 members of the IRGC leadership have been killed, as well as Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. His son has been introduced as his replacement. The funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was scheduled to take place later at 10 p.m. Iranian time. However, this has been postponed owing to crowd concerns and other logistical concerns. Israel also Now moving to our next story. According to reports, the state funeral for Ali Khamenei has been postponed to an unspecified future date. The ceremony had been scheduled for today in Tehran. However, it was delayed in anticipation of what was described as an unprecedented turnout. It has been stated that a new date will be announced later. The farewell ceremony for the martyred Imam was called off after the crowd-related concerns were reportedly raised over capacity and logistical arrangements. Meanwhile, nationwide mourning has continued following reports that Khamenei was killed in US-Israeli strikes over the weekend. However, no additional operational details regarding revised funeral plans have been disclosed so far. Furthermore, preparations are said to be under review to ensure arrangements can accommodate the expected massive public presence, regardless of security and organisational challenges. Authorities have indicated that further updates will be provided as decisions are finalised. Now, joining us live, we have our guest, Saul Sadka, who is a political commentator located in Tel Aviv. Saul, thank you so much for joining us once again on the show. Now, do you believe that a funeral like this, of course it will be attended by many members of leadership in Iran, could it be a military target, or would this be a line that would not be crossed during wartime?
Hello?
Hi there, Saul. Can you hear me there?
Yes. I doubt the funeral will go ahead. I don't think that will happen. We saw this with Hezbollah, if you recall, when Hezbollah lost their leaders back in late 2024. It took them 6 months to bury their leaders, and they had to coordinate and get permission to bury their leaders from the Israelis. And the Israelis buzzed the funeral with their jets as it was taking place. I would be surprised if this goes ahead, although I doubt that the Israelis, if it did go ahead, would attack, or the Americans. I don't think that would be justified or necessary, because they have already so decimated the leadership and they can get them in so many other ways.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that the Hezbollah funerals have previously been a target by the Israeli Defense Force. What would be the disadvantage?
No, sorry, I didn't say that. I said that previously the Hezbollah organization was not able to bury their leaders, including Nasrallah, for something like 6 months after their death, because they had to coordinate the funerals with the Israelis, because the Israelis control their airspace. The Israelis and the Americans now control all of Iran's airspace, and so most likely some kind of coordination will have to take place in that regard too.
Beg your pardon there. Now, of course this funeral, if you're suggesting it probably won't go ahead because of the control over the airspace, the logistical concerns the Iranians have said, as well as domestic concerns as well with crowd control. What would the significance be for the leadership if they can't do a public funeral? Of course, it would be a massive symbol to the Islamic regime if they could do a very large symbolic funeral. But would this perhaps have a demoralizing effect on the Islamic regime?
Well, just picture it. In the best case situation for them, like I said, I don't think, if they did hold a funeral, I don't think the Americans or the Israelis would attack the funeral. I'm certain they wouldn't, in fact. So they could, in theory, make the funeral go ahead. However, the Iranians and the Israelis will be able to gather a tremendous amount of data from that funeral. They will be able to monitor the crowds, and that funeral will be held. Imagine the funeral of their leader held with jets, foreign fighter jets and planes flying overhead, and drones monitoring everything. I mean, what a total humiliation. And my guess is that because of that level of humiliation that would be involved, that they won't do it. But I might be wrong. It is that the Iranian regime is very unpredictable, staggeringly incompetent, as we have all now seen, a paper tiger, and many other bad things. And so their actions are hard to predict. My guess is they won't do it.
Saul, please stay with us as we move to our next story. Nearly 150 people are missing and several are dead after an Iranian warship sank off the coast of Sri Lanka on Wednesday. The frigate, Iris Dena, issued a distress call following a reported explosion, and Sri Lanka's Navy rescued 32 sailors. However, hopes are faint for the 148 others still missing. The ship had been travelling after participating in a military exercise in India. The Sri Lankan Navy deployed rescue operators with craft and air support, but the ship had completely sunk by the time they arrived. The Ministry of Defence says the search continues, but fatalities are expected. Joining us again live, we have Saul Sadka, who is a political commentator in Tel Aviv, Israel. Now, Saul, it might be a surprise to our viewers that an Iranian ship would be off the coast of Sri Lanka. Of course, they were doing an exercise with the Indian Army. Who do you think has sunk this ship? Of course, it's very far away from the conflict right now in the Middle East, but somebody must have shot them down, surely?
Well, to be honest, I don't know. It's the first I heard of this event. It's breaking news. It could be anyone. It could be the Americans. It could be the Israelis. All of these people have the wherewithal to attack that frigate. They are certainly within their rights to do so. The frigate was clearly sailing back towards Iranian waters after their exercise. I assume it was in international waters. Sorry, an alarm just went off there. The loss of life is unfortunate, but that's the risk you take when you get involved in the Navy of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You are liable to pay with your life. And that seems to be what has happened here. But again, it might not be that anyone attacked it. The Iranian Navy is extremely incompetent, and it could simply be there was a weapons explosion. It could also be sabotage. Anything is possible. We know that a large percentage, some single-digit percentage of all Iranian officers are cooperating with foreign intelligence in one way or another. And so it could be many, many things.
Okay. And now just turning your perspective again to the region, this ship was between India and Sri Lanka, I understand. What's your perspective on Iran's relations with Asia in general, especially with India? Of course, India has a large expatriate population who have been affected by the strikes, not only in Israel, but also in several of the Gulf states. And so what is your perspective on how this war could affect relations in this part of the globe?
Right, it's very interesting. When you look at the maps of the Iranian missiles and their ranges, the entirety of India is within Iranian missile range. The fact that India was doing naval drills with them is peculiar when you think about it, because after all, there is no one who hates Hindus more than the people who run Iran. They view them as heathens and in a very negative light. And they were building weapons which they could have one day used against them and would not have hesitated to. So in any event, all this is basically moot at this point, because the Iranian naval drills end, and that will probably be the final Iranian frigate, the final IRGC frigate ever to sail the world's waters. The entire Iranian Navy is currently at the bottom of the sea, or will be within hours probably. Their entire air force is gone. And whatever comes after in Iran, whether it be a new regime or just a severely weakened and humbled version of the Revolutionary Guards for some period into the future, it's not going to matter. Any relationships, any international relations that they have with other people are going to be meaningless, and any trade flows, for example, the oil that they ship to India and China, is only going to be mediated, if it happens at all, it will happen mediated by the United States and the Gulf Arabs. So all of this is moot these days. It doesn't really matter what relationships they had in the past. Everything shifted on Saturday.
Of course, we will see a very large shift in relations. Saul, thank you so much again for coming on our show. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Very pleasure to be with you.
Now, as we move to our next story, a Russian drone struck an empty passenger train in southern Ukraine, according to the country's deputy prime minister. The attack, which did not result in casualties, is part of the ongoing escalation in the region. Ukrainian authorities have condemned the strike, describing it as a continued act of aggression. The incident underlines the risk to civilian infrastructure in the conflict area. The drone strike on the empty passenger train underlines the continuing threat to civilian infrastructure in the region. Ukraine vows to pursue all necessary measures to protect its citizens and infrastructure as the conflict escalates. Joining us now, we have guest retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi, who is a professor of international relations and strategic studies in New Delhi. Gigi Dwivedi, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, have we lost the focus on the Ukraine-Russia war with these new developments in the Middle East? Has the world forgotten perhaps about the tension and the troubles that the Ukrainian people are going through right now?
Thank you, Ruby, for having me on your show again. You're absolutely right, because something bigger is going on in the Middle East, and that has far more ramifications, on the global geopolitical environment. And of course, people have got fatigued. As far as the Ukraine war is concerned, it is now to the 5th year, so it has become more of a routine matter. But the war that is on in the Middle East actually is just about 5 days old, and therefore it has far more attention than the Ukraine war. You're absolutely right that what Russians are doing now, in fact, Russians must be very happy, especially President Putin, that now the Americans are involved in the Middle East, so he can have a freer run as far as Ukraine is concerned. And currently, as I was seeing the reports that as far as the Russians are concerned, they are continuing to engage the infrastructure installations, the railways, and also the energy, because that's been major target for the Russian forces, because in the winters, hard winters, this was had a telling effect on the Ukrainian public, and you rightly brought out that their suffering were intense because they were being hit, and they are without the electricity, without the water, without the basic amenities. So while the war in the Middle East is going on, but nonetheless, I think the world should not put the Ukrainian war and the suffering of the Ukrainian people on the back burner. Ruby.
Now, Major General, why would they strike an empty passenger train? What military advantage is there to an attack with no casualties?
Oh, well, when you are picking up the targets, these targets are largely picked up by the drones or the missiles. But in this case, this was a drone attack, because from drone you can't make out whether the train is empty or it is carrying passengers or is it carrying the war-waging material. So therefore, it's very difficult for the drones or in the air or even the missiles. They will hit the target, but they're not aware as to what exactly is the cargo, what exactly are the passengers, and they actually pick up a stretch of the route. Like they will pick up, in this case it was the southern Ukraine. They also have been targeting the railways in the central and the eastern Ukraine. So they have a designated patches or the designated length of the track, or the, they will cover between the city, one city to other city. So they are pre-designated and they go and strike. It is not possible for these drones or the missiles to figure out what exactly is the occupancy, what is the cargo, or what exact is it a civilian, carrying passengers, or the military people are there. That is not possible. But they target the installation, they target the railways, and particularly right now, the Russians have been targeting the railways so that they disrupt the basic, logistics of the war. And also in the hinterland, when the people are deprived of the basics, then they suffer, and this also lowers the morale of the people by and large. Ruby.
Major General Gigi Dwivedi, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure to have you on the show. And that's all that we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. The US military commander in the Middle East said American forces had struck nearly 2,000 targets so far in Iran as part of the largest firepower build-up in the region in a generation. Lebanese militant group.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent.
Japan and South Korea raised defense concerns. Will US military assets shift its focus to Iran? China's growing influence worries Asian allies. Trump's Middle East focus strains Pacific defense. Asian allies fear weakened US deterrence. Hello, I'm Ruby Barlow, and you are watching another episode of Explained with me. The recent US and Israeli military strikes on Iran have triggered a wave of concern among America's allies in Asia. On the 2nd of March this week, Japanese lawmakers convened to discuss the potential ramifications of the Iran conflict, particularly its impact on the Asia-Pacific region's defense against China. The question being raised in Tokyo is a pressing one. If the United States continues to engage in the Middle East, what will happen to the defense resources, such as naval ships and missiles, that are crucial in deterring China? As the US military commits forces to the Middle East, there is growing anxiety in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. These countries rely on US military presence to counter China's growing military power and to maintain stability in the region. Taiwan in particular has voiced its concerns. Lawmakers in the island nation are worried that a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could allow Beijing to step up its pressure on Taiwan. As one Taiwanese official put it, the country must prepare for potential coercion from China while the US is distracted. Taiwan's status remains a sensitive issue for Beijing, and any perceived weakness in US commitment to the region could embolden China's ambitions. Moreover, Japan has already faced delays in deliveries of missiles ordered from the United States, signalling significant supply pressures within the wider defense industrial base. This situation highlights a larger issue for the United States and its allies, specifically in Asia. They worry just how stretched can US military resources become in the region. Japan's concerns are compounded by the fact that 40% of the US Navy's operational ships are currently deployed in the Middle East. This includes vital assets like the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and several missile destroyers. At the same time, the US Navy's only carrier deployed in Asia, the George Washington, is undergoing maintenance in Japan. As military experts point out, the US Navy is already overwhelmed, and a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could force the US to pull back on its presence in Asia. This would leave the region vulnerable as China continues to assert its dominance in the South China Sea and around Taiwan. Reports suggest that Japan has already experienced delays in the delivery of key weapons like Tomahawk missiles. On the other day, some analysts argue that President Trump's military actions may be part of a broader strategy, which could be steadily aiming to weaken China's allies and reshape global power dynamics. By confronting Iran and Venezuela, Trump has reduced two of China's key sources of cheap oil, potentially disrupting China's economy. In some recent statements, US President Donald Trump has predicted that US military operations in the Middle East could last longer than the initially expected 4 to 5 weeks, if necessary. In addition, there are also reports that claim Tokyo has sought assurances from Washington that their military assets, which are crucial to deterring Chinese aggression, must not be shifted away from Asia. As the conflict with Iran intensifies, the Trump administration is taking decisive steps to address the depletion of US munitions stockpiles. Key executives from top US defense contractors are expecting to hold a meeting at the White House this coming Friday to discuss ramping up weapons production. The goal is simple. It is to replenish stocks that have been drawn down due to the ongoing military actions, not just in Iran, but also in Ukraine and Gaza. Companies such as Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, along with other major suppliers, have been invited to the meeting. The urgency is clear. The US military has been consuming a significant number of long-range missiles, artillery systems, and ammunition to sustain operations in multiple regions. The White House's efforts come as Deputy Defense Secretary Steve Feinberg is working on a supplementary budget request, which could be released as soon as Friday. This request is expected to be around $50 billion US, focused at replacing the weapons expended during recent conflicts. The funds will also support the rebuilding of the US military's capacity for future operations, as the situation in the Middle East still remains volatile. One of the main concerns highlighted in these discussions is the pace of production. Companies like Raytheon already have agreements in place to increase production. Although it is also set to ramp up its production of Tomahawk missiles to 1,000 units annually by 2026, sources say that it still faces notable challenges. In fact, pressure is mounting on US defense contractors to prioritize production over shareholder payouts. President Trump signed an executive order in January earlier this year to identify contractors who are underperforming their contracts while distributing profits to shareholders. A list of these underperforming contractors could be released soon, and companies mentioned in the list would be required to submit correction plans within 15 days of notice. If these plans are deemed insufficient, the Pentagon could take enforcement actions, including terminating contracts. Moreover, President Trump has also pointed out in a recent social media post that the US military, quote, has a virtually unlimited supply of munitions, but the reality is that it will take time to replenish the stockpiles effectively. Meanwhile, China has reiterated its stance on its relationship with the United States. A spokesperson for the National People's Congress, Lu Qinjian, has emphasized that both nations, as two major global powers, should respect each other and work towards peaceful coexistence. Let's first listen into his statements.
中方愿同美方一道，加强国层级、各渠道的沟通，为双方合作开辟更广阔的空间。同时，中方已有自己的原则和底线，将一如既往坚决捍卫自身主权、安全、发展利益。元首外交是中美关系发挥着不可替代的战略引领作用。去年以来，习近平主席同特朗普总统保持经常性沟通，为中美关系聚能、稳健前行、校准航向注入动力，两国关系保持总体稳定向好，受到两国和国际社会普遍欢迎。
Lu Qinjian's remarks come just one day before the 14th National People's Congress begins its annual session, where the country's priorities and policies will be discussed. The spokesman has stressed that both China and the United States stand to benefit from cooperation rather than confrontation. Lu Qinjian has also pointed out that President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump have maintained regular communication, which has contributed to the steady and positive trajectory of the bilateral relationship. However, he also made it clear that China would not compromise its sovereignty, security, or developmental interests. These principles and red lines, he said, remain non-negotiable. Yet we see China continuing to advocate for diplomacy and positive cooperation with the United States, even as both nations accept having definitive areas of disagreement, especially over issues like Taiwan and trade. Moreover, Presidents Trump and Xi are to meet in China later this month, with trade chiefs of both of the countries meeting a little before the Trump-Xi summit, reportedly in Paris. These talks would significantly affect how the tensions will be mitigated in the Asia-Pacific region and how the US will navigate its military challenges amid a flurry of conflicts. That's all that we have time for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Suma Katauka. Today we focus on the explosive escalation in West Asia and Middle East as Israeli jets strike Beirut. Tensions rise over the Lebanese capital as the Israeli Defense Forces target Hezbollah infrastructure in response to a massive missile barrage. This is a story of a shadow war stepping into the light. The big question is this the beginning of the end for Iran's most powerful proxy, or is the regional order collapsing into a total war? Now let's look at Lebanon. The escalation in Lebanon follows a barrage of missiles and drones launched by Hezbollah into northern Israel on March 2nd this year. The group stated the attack was a retaliation for the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by US and Israeli Operation Epic Fury. In response, the Israeli Air Force carried out heavy airstrikes on Beirut, southern suburbs, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, the toll is, as of now, stands at 52 dead and 154 injured. The IDF also confirmed the killings of Hossein Makhled, the head of Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters, during the overnight operations. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of civilians are currently displaced, fleeing towards Sidon and northern Beirut as the Israeli military issues evacuation orders for over 55 villages and towns. The broader context for this war began on February 28 this year, when the United States and Israel launched a coordinated military campaign against the Iranian regime. US President Donald Trump announced the start of Operation Epic Fury, aimed at neutralizing Iran's nuclear program, missile sites, and naval capabilities. The US Department of War confirmed that ship-launched Tomahawk missiles and carrier-based jets targeted IRGC command centers in Tehran, the capital of Iran. The primary objective stated by the President Trump administration is the permanent removal of Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons and the degradation of its proxy network, which the president characterized as a threat to global security. The operation also resulted in the confirmed death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So why does Hezbollah fight Iran's wars? Because it is the jewel in the crown of Iranian power. Hezbollah's involvement in this conflict is tied to its historical and logistical dependence on Tehran. Founded in 1982 with the assistance of 1,500 IRGC instructors, the group has long served as the primary proxy for Iranian interest in the Levant. Financially, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion annually from Iran. Militarily, its arsenal of rockets, drones, and precision missiles is almost entirely supplied through Iranian logistical corridors running through Syria. This March's strikes on Haifa by Hezbollah were explicitly linked by the group's leadership to their allegiance to the Iranian supreme leader. The domestic political landscape in Lebanon has shifted sharply during this crisis. Hence, Lebanese Prime Minister Naval Salam has announced a total ban on all military and security activities by Hezbollah. The Lebanese cabinet has declared these activities illegal and demanded that the group surrender its weapons to the state. Prime Minister Salam has stated that the decision of war and peace rests exclusively with the state. While Hezbollah representatives have rejected the ban, the move represents an unprecedented attempt by the Lebanese civilian government to disconnect the country from Iran's military agenda. So where does this leave Hezbollah? As of now, Israeli forces remain positioned along the Israeli-Lebanese border, with the IDF indicating they are prepared for all options, including a potential ground incursion into southern Lebanon. The conflict has now evolved into a multi-front war involving direct strikes on sovereign Iranian territory and intense urban combat in Lebanon. The key question remains: can the Lebanese state assert control over its territory, or will the collapse of the Iranian leadership trigger a prolonged and decentralized proxy war across the entire region? Now for this, we are welcoming Dr. Emmanuel Navon. He's an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University and senior fellow at Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. Joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Levon, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, thank you. Now looking at this, Israel has stated that these strikes target Hezbollah's command centers and weapons storage facilities, given the density of Beirut's southern suburbs. How effectively can the IDF degrade Hezbollah's missile capabilities without causing a total collapse of civilian infrastructure?
Well, causing such a collapse was the objective of Hezbollah and of Iran in the first place. I mean, there's a reason why Iran and Hezbollah placed its command and also its arsenal within densely populated areas in Beirut and in the rest of Lebanon. It is in order to cause the maximum number of victims in case of Israeli strikes. That is the same cynicism used by Hamas in the Gaza Strip to try and maximize the number of civilian victims in order to isolate Israel internationally. Now, Israel thankfully has the technology to cause the maximum damage to the terrorist organization Hezbollah while reducing to a minimum the amount of civilian victims. But of course, at the end of the day, Hezbollah and Lebanon and Iran are responsible for those side victims, and it is about time for the Lebanese state to retake control of its sovereignty and stop being the hostage of this terrorist Shia organization.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has formally banned Hezbollah's military activities. In practical terms, does the Lebanese government possess the actual enforcement power to disarm the group, or is this primarily a symbolic move to distance from the state from the ongoing strikes?
Well, until Israel struck Hezbollah's military infrastructure in the past 2 years, Hezbollah as a terrorist organization and as a de facto army had in fact more power than the Lebanese state and the Lebanese army. But as Hezbollah is weakening thanks to Israel, and as it is losing its main patron in Tehran thanks to Israeli and American strikes there, so hopefully the state of Lebanon will finally have the ability to put an end to this terrorist phenomenon within its own country that has taken Lebanon into hostage and destroying the country. So the more Israel strikes Hezbollah and weakens it, and the more Israel and the United States weaken the brutal theocracy in Tehran, the more it will be possible for the Lebanese government to act against Hezbollah.
And Dr. Navon, building on that, Hezbollah is off.
Epic fury. America is winning decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago, which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early, and as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Second, we are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. And we have only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities, just 4 days in. Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders, flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction